A lot of blood.
Need more time.
Kira, hello, little hello, Zactaft. Hello, Draxia. Be free.
I cannot thank you enough.
Help us! You can't leave us here!
Actually, I totally can.
I'm here to free you.
I'm not going to, but I could. It's true, though. Freeing them is an optional objective. Which I only point out because literally every time I've gone through this area, I've freed all of them. And why wouldn't I? After all, it's optional. Even this is optional. You don't even have to walk in here.
I am losing strength.
At last!
Rigwin, congratulations on getting the event you just got. Now that you're at 61 plus, how you liking Necro? Because many people would argue that the class has changed fundamentally in the expansion levels. This is my least favorite class, correct? Still good, but you know, least favorite and all that. Did we get them all? Saved. Oh, nope. There we go. Be free.
I must escape.
Don't worry, they all did.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Play to fall. Like, in a game where the standards are this high, good is below average. Actually, one of many reasons why, for my review system in general, I try to avoid that kind of McDonaldisms. We do still fall prey to it, because sometimes it's valid, but, you know, try to avoid it. We're gonna try to downstep.
Finally, this is interesting.
We're quickly falling behind the gear line, so make it turn the grip down. Oh, you know what I should do, actually? Yeah, I should. I think I'm gonna do it.
My training has paid off.
Sorry, TSP. Happy Thursday.
I owe you everything.
Going down to expert. I must be doing bad. Whoop, whoop. Hang on. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? What did we just get? Hey, we finally have grenade. Grenade means we can equip a sword. Well, kind of. I will stick to that. We're gonna immediately get off grenade, because grenade sucks. Good afternoon, dark day. It is a dark day indeed. For this is the day when dark day finally dies. Dramatic music.
No.
What? Oh, it's a one-hander. Meh. The worst possible way to go. Yeah, you know, to put it into a bit of perspective, now that I'm thinking about it out loud, the Demon Hunter would be the best class in most other games. Like in most video games, this would be like the really good class, or as good as it gets.
Magda, such sad, sad tales have reached me of your truly abysmal failure to stop the enemy at the casino outpost. But at least the enemy's spy is being found. Once we eliminate her and her allies, this obnoxious little world will fall to me, and perhaps you, if you survive.
Yes, Blade Jamal.
That's my choice, too.
Oh. Notice we lose rest state when we die too. That's the other penalty for failure there. Would you stop trying to turn yourselves into demons? Good lord. Quit it! It's not as fun as it sounds. As I just demonstrated.
Another sunset, and Alcarnus is still safe from the sudden madness that plagues Caldeum. Though we are seeing an influx of hooded pilgrims for some Zakarum holy day, the demons out there are keeping their distance. I will double the guard at the gate. We must not be unprepared if our luck turns.
I'm sure it's fine. I mean, they should probably consider themselves lucky they don't end up as slugs. There's some unpleasant things you can turn into.
We should have killed Magda long ago.
It wasn't that easy.
Neither is seeing all this.
Yeah, seriously. Maybe we should have killed her, I'm just saying. No? No? Okay. Hang on, I need to do something very quickly. I'm going to do this as quickly as I can here. So forgive me. But... it doesn't matter now, but I want to do it before I forget, because I've forgotten for like 2 days now. So, sorry. Yeah, by coincidence, all that happened, all that changed was we decided to start following her, and it's like... okay, so that's +1, -1. Yeah, this is a very anticlimactic... like, is it no wonder that I made Magda a more major character in the rewrite? Like, she's begging to be a recurring character, kind of like Zoltan Kulle ends up being. And instead, she's just not. In fact, I found myself wondering if Magda was supposed to be... like, if Zoltan Kulle and Magda were supposed to be kind of the same character and they branched them out at some point. Would not surprise me if they did that. 48. Sorry, give me one more second here. One other thing I could see happening, something that tends to happen semi-frequently, is the writers of a show, a game, or a movie, excuse me, I agree with that, Plato, is they have an idea, a story idea, and people say, well, no, you can't do that. And it's like, well, why? And the answer is almost always, well, because there are rules. The good guys need to be good, the bad guys need to be bad, and we can't have any crossing over. And I know that sounds like a strange thing, but that happens a lot. In fact, I covered that in Justified not too all that long ago. We have a recent example. So it wouldn't surprise me if they were originally intended to be the same character, and then they were like, well, hang on. Like, we can't have whatever the joint character was be a demon cultist and then join the party. Like, they can't be just this horrifically evil person and join the party. And it's like, oh, okay, hang on. Why don't we split them? So we'll have the demon cultist, and then we'll have the ancient Herodrum, and they're two different characters. Ah, that works. And if you pay attention, it's not that hard to merge the characters. Like, it's really easy to see how they could have been the same person. Diablo 2. Here it is. Sorry. For the record, no, Zoltan Kulle and Magda are not merged in the rewrite. They are both separate characters. Although... we'll see what people think of Kulle. I don't mean to sound, like, derogatory, but I have a weird feeling several people will not even pick up on the subtleties of Kulle in the rewrite. The actor, which I believe is Loke, did a good job with getting the right nuance of the tone. Come on, where is it? Speaking of which, Bragon, we need to get you in at RFF1. It's mandatory. You're in the Always Done It club. We have to keep the streak going. I'll invent a character. There'll be this one random NPC who will see the main characters walking by and be like, wow, look at those dorks. And that's going to be you. Yes, he's not voiced by Steve Blum in the rewrite. That is correct. I know that's shocking. I know that's going to be something that's really going to blow people's minds, but did not actually... 32, right? It is, okay. Did not actually manage to get Steve Blum for my little project, sorry. Absolutely not, Yura. Why would I? Okay, we did it. Sorry. Okay, back into it. Boss time! You know, the funny thing is she thinks this is a trap for me. I don't think she understands what's going on here, really.
Your fate is sealed, Magda. The chase ends here.
It matters not. While you hunted me, Belial's Imperial Guard captured your little witch Leah. Soon, her power shall be his.
Frickin' butterflies. I mean, I was always Rorschach. We all know this.
The cultists were performing a strange ritual when I saw them today. One of their number stood soundlessly, while others thrust long spikes deep into his spine. He did not perish. And I believe that he may have even been darkly empowered from the implantation, though such terrible magic is foreign to me.
I like one-shotting her too, but we're way below the gear line. Like, we have several empty slots, and mostly blues. I'm not gonna manage that. I might actually turn it down another step. I haven't decided yet. Actually, no, I'm gonna go do it right now. Boop. Yeah. Finally on normal difficulty. Oh, it so is, Bragon. I think you're right, Blade Chaval, and that's bad because we've got several other level 1 characters to do in much harder acts. It's okay, Crazy Norse, that's my secret. I'm always a scrub. Appropriately, Magda is mostly a ad fight. She has some mechanics and she has some abilities, but most of the difficulty from her, especially when you're doing this on actual hard for the first time or whatever, is from managing the minions. guy's still playing on harder than you did, Mr. Red. Yeah, those butterfly clouds actually hurt quite a bit. And you'll notice they're the wonderfully deceptive type of damage, which I actually enjoy in games. They're slow and they're homing. And the reason that's cool is because you mentally, like psychologically, don't think of them as a threat. And so they creep up on you. Because you're focused on all this other big, high-value, oh my god, it's shooting at me kind of stuff. And there's just this little cloud of butterflies slowly approaching you. It's pretty much how Mateus's battle style works over in Dissidia. Don't mind the very slow fireball coming. Yeah, did you notice they have Molten right now, so that's cool. Not as cool as cool. It's still cool. Interesting time to ding. Not gonna question it.
This was the least I could do for Cain. No one else will die at Magda's hands.
I'd had about enough of that woman.
When I joined the Coven, it was weak and idle. The leaders were content to do nothing, while the prime evils were imprisoned. I convinced another witch to help me poison them, and together we took control. She left some years later, but I continued, bringing the Coven to glory under Lord Belial.
Yep. We don't even have a ring. Even that ring just gives us a plus to experience.
As her life was slipping away, Magda claimed that the demon lord Belial would reign over our world. I will die before I let such a dark fate come to pass.
No, exactly, prisoners. The Coven was actually just a plain old Jane cult. And then Magda and whoever the other mystery woman is came along and were like, oh, hey, yeah, no, we know demons. Let's show you.
I got some new things. You should take a look.
Is Caldeum still the city you remembered?
Last time I passed through here was soon after meeting Mira. She wanted to stop and see the city, but I convinced her to travel on. My good memories of Caldeum feel like I'm watching someone else's life. I'll be glad for us to be gone.
Alright, so let's see if we can make anything here. That's probably worth making. Twice.
Ah, good.
These are not good belts. I might make another one there.
Suits me.
Yeah, those are not good bows either.
Yes. Nice choice. I'll take that off your hands.
Yeah, what's your name? I am the Lord of Lies. Okay. Like, you got no! I will give endless lies to... Okay, do you have anything other than lies? Not really, no. Let's see. Okay.
Did you meet your wife in Caldeum by chance?
It's actually quite a tale. We met in a town not far from here on the outskirts of Curast. She was... well, you're not going to believe it. She was locked in a cage.
Why? Had she committed a crime?
No. They were going to burn her as a witch.
You fell in love with a witch?
Let's talk about this another time.
I mean, considering witches are real things. Just saying. That's a real problem. Point it out.
I have considered what we discussed, and you are correct. I know little about my past, beyond what my order has told me. But what does it matter? Look what they have done for me. They've turned me into a living weapon, a light against darkness.
At what price? Your past? Your humanity? After the battles, that is all we will have left.
I wouldn't know how to begin. How do I seek memories that have been taken from me?
Focus on anything you can remember before you join the Order. Dreams, nightmares, it's all there. You need but find a key.
You may be right. I will find a way to take back my memories and exonerate my order.
Then I'll kill Junda. Yeah, let's get rid of these really quick. Just super quick. Just super quick.
Will you...
I have thought of a way to retrieve my lost memories, but it is dangerous. I must ask you to promise me something. Should I lapse into my old sins, whatever they may be, you must kill me, as I killed Jondar.
Done. Now what?
I found a journal on Jondar's corpse, written in an ancient Templar cipher. I can translate it, but it will take some time. Perhaps studying his treachery will give me a clue into my past.
Perhaps. Why are you concerned?
Jondar was once a man of faith, devoted to the Templar Order. What if he discovered something that made him betray himself? It matters not, for I must do this anyway.
I love the simplicity. You must promise to kill me. Done. Now what? Just... okay.
I have translated a strange passage from Jondar's journal. Long before he began serving Magda, he found a set of what he called key words hidden in a dusty librum. He writes that when he read these words, memories from his past returned to torment him. It was at that point that he began to mistrust the Order, though he did not say why. I am prepared to look upon these words and risk my soul. But I want you to understand something. I know I may die at any time. When I do, it must be without a single doubt that I am serving the light.
There is no sin in confronting your fears.
Thank you, my friend. But please, remember your promise.
Yeah, I'll kill your face off, don't worry. Later, obviously.
It seems like you've been awake for a while.
Well, it was not very easy to find you. I had to search for days. When I woke up alone, I did not know what had happened. I wrote about it a little. You may read more if you wish. I felt no fear when they sealed the tomb before me, only a sense of peace as my mind drifted away into the darkness. It seems I opened my eyes only seconds later and beheld the chamber in ruins, half buried in sand. I have left everything behind. Only hope guides me now.
There's a messed up thought. Alright, close your eyes. Okay. Huh? Yeah, it's been 1800 years. What? What? Yeah, it's been 1800 years. It's okay. They probably don't speak whatever language you spoke back then anymore. Like, did English in its modern form exist 1800 years ago? Because I don't think it did. Thank you, Dark Day. Always. Always appreciate. I have heard Old English, yeah, and it's... Or, not Old English, sorry. No, it is Old English. God, I can't remember. There's like 5 Englishes, and I've heard all of them. I only like one of them. Not this one. It's the one before this one. Just look at Jeffrey's dialogue in the rewrite. There you go. Let's see. So that's towards the StarCraft block. Dragon Quest. And God of War 4. You got it. And thank you again, Dark Day.
It's hard to believe that you came from such a faraway time. Tell me, what were the deserts like then?
Beautiful cities towered up toward the heavens, but they were full of wickedness. The Vigerai ruled them with will's sharpest stone.
That name sounds familiar. Who were the Vigerai?
A clan of mages, bound more by their lust for power than by blood. I see that their influence has waned in this age.
You said you served a wizard, didn't you? Was he one of them?
Oh no. He meant to punish the Vigerai. They were the first to summon demons into this land.
Is everything as the prophet told you? Or have there been surprises?
Well, I did not expect you to keep company with a seraph.
You must mean the angel Tyrael.
I knew what he was the instant I beheld him, but being in his presence makes me quite nervous.
It was hard for me to believe at first, but he is here to aid us. You need not fear him.
We do not deserve it. Tyrael sacrificed all he knew to aid us. I hope it is worthwhile.
No, Vala is not Jennifer Hale. Jennifer Hale plays Leah in this game. Sorry.
It is always wonderful to see you.
What about the rest of your family?
My brother and I were orphans. We only had each other.
You were both thieves then?
No. He was a member of the city guard.
That seems awkward for you.
Not as much as you might think. Until the end, that is.
Why did you become a thief if your brother was a guard?
We're not much alike, really. He was always dependable and practical. A complete bore, I'd say.
And you were always in trouble.
Hardly. I was just amusing myself with the Thieves' Guild. It was nothing serious.
Until you became a criminal.
That may have been serious.
Excuse me. So Papanix asks, when can you see the Diablo rewrite? Well, Saturday morning there will be an announcement video for the Diablo rewrite, which will go live. That's already uploaded and scheduled.
I require a new skill.
Shortly thereafter, I will go ahead and set up the premiere for the Diablo rewrite, which will go live at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, again, this Saturday. About an hour before that, at about 10 Eastern Time, I'll pop on and do a bit of a live stream talking about the rewrite, the process leading up to it, and how absolutely terrifying it is. Oh, and you need to get on my puppy.
I will use it well.
Looks like they got rid of the chicken spell.
If there's treasure to be had, then I'm in.
Before I killed her, Magda told me that the Imperial Guard had captured Leah. I saw these guards at the Kasim outpost. They are the serpent demons of Belial, disguised as men.
Then they must be holding the Emperor against his will. I tremble to think what Belial might do with Leah and her growing power. The only chance we have to rescue Leah is to wrest the Emperor from the grasp of the Imperial Guard.
Ashira, the Iron Wolves captain, may be willing to help us. I will speak with her.
There are many ways to open a door. I happen to know most of them.
It is strange that your fall raised the dead in Tristram. You were an angel of the high heavens.
Not just any angel. I was the Archangel of Justice. My fall awoke the vengeful dead who were slain unjustly during Diablo's reign of terror. There was nothing I could do. As my power left my body, I had absolutely no control over it.
Now we're never going to talk about that again.
Caldeum is the greatest city in the world, the seat of the Empire of Kyrgyzstan.
I have heard it called the Jewel of the East.
Its libraries overflow with undeciphered tomes of arcane knowledge. Its streets cover labyrinthine tunnels. It is a city of wonder and mystery. I do not know how these refugees persevere. Their situation is dire, and it seems there is little hope for them. Where do they find the strength to carry on?
Humans have been made to suffer much more than this. You must be unaware.
The human spirit never ceases to amaze me. I feel Belial in the very air. I see his shadow behind haunted eyes, hear his voice whispering lies on the wind. He need not bring an army to this city. It is his already.
I heard a rumor that there is a strange and mysterious jewel crafting device hidden in the aqueducts of the Daugr Oasis. I have a mind to go search for it myself.
It's actually funny you say that, Crazy Horse. Because while in settings, obviously humans can do bad stuff as well as good, the history consistently shows that whenever the demons are not active, like whenever the various evils are not bothering Sanctuary, people tend to be okay-ish. Then someone decides to go ahead and summon demons, and things go downhill immediately. Like was hinted earlier with the Vigerai of millennia past.
I stayed outside last night. I tried to ignore the silence, but the empty air felt like an open mouth above my head. Eventually, I realized I had to sleep. If someone was going to kill me, I was already dead. I hadn't slept that well in years.
An interesting way to take it. Listen, humans are the best, okay? Death to aliens! Death to the Xenos!
Those demon hunters are unbelievable. I would have liked to have seen what she did to those cultists in Alcarnus.
I can't believe anyone could have survived that out there, let alone defeat those monsters.
I know, but she did it.
Oh, sorry.
Attention, subjects of Emperor Hakan II. A trespasser has been sighted in the city sewers. Witnesses describe the suspect as a young woman in a crimson tunic. Reports indicate that she arrived in Caldeum recently, along with a party of suspicious travelers. Any information leading to her immediate capture will be handsomely rewarded by His Eminence.
Demis, is that you? What happened?
thieving peasants. They came while I was sleeping, pinned me down, and cut off my robes and jewelry.
I'm so sorry, my friend. Come, stay with me. I am sharing a tent with a fine and generous family.
Oh no, I'm staying where the guards are. You wait and see. That peasant family is going to slit your throat and rob your corpse.
Funny, we heard people planning exactly that earlier.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
From the sculpted sky roads leading to the Imperial Palace, one can see all of breathtaking Caldeum below.
Breathtaking? Before the gates closed, I saw 3 rats and a starving child fighting over half an apple.
It pleases you to exaggerate, I'm sure.
No, it pleases me to pass out drunk in the shade. But here we are.
Love his voice actor, honestly. Also, does her outfit remind anyone else of those terrible outfits in Final Fantasy X?
The Emperor is destroying the city. He must come to his senses soon.
To come so close to this wonder city and not be allowed inside is worse than never seeing it at all.
Caldeum relies on trade to survive. If they keep the city closed for long, it will die.
It's quite difficult to keep the sand out of here. You haven't been out in the desert recently, have you?
No, of course not.
I wouldn't go over there if I were you. Some poor fellow fell to his death from the walls.
Is there no one to help us?
The demons have taken over the desert.
How long until they come to Caldeum?
My little Hakan has become so cruel, so paranoid in the last few weeks. I hear that he has ordered all of his staff to leave the city, or he will have them thrown from the walls. He cannot possibly mean me. I have cared for him since he was an infant.
No, D3 isn't dark. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you come see Tilnan's new goods? You will not be disappointed, I assure you.
We pay tribute to the Emperor for years. He cannot treat us like this.
Captain Ravan, the conditions out here are deplorable. Something must be done to aid these people.
When the Emperor discovers that you've shut me out here with this rabble, you'll be lucky if he only takes your head.
Ashira, the Emperor and my friend are in grave danger. I must gain entry into the palace.
I heard what you did at Kasim Outpost in Alcarnus. You have my thanks, and you shall have my help. Captain Ravan, this woman has vital information regarding the massacre in the Borderlands. We must see the Emperor at once.
Very well, but I don't think you'll find him receptive. Let them pass!
Well, it's actually doubly funny, because D3 actually has more blood and gore than D1 and D2 combined. Like, you were paying attention in all the cultist smeared places we were going through earlier, right? Like, I tried not to call too much attention to it, but as part of the ritual that they were doing, just to maintain an illusion, just to prevent us from reaching them, they had taken some giant creature and pulled it open completely. So, like, you could see the inside back, you know? It's like...
Let's go. I'll lead you to the palace.
You are bold to have sought this audience with me. My guards tell me you were responsible for the massacre of innocent villagers in Alcarnus.
Those are lies. Magda and her coven destroyed Alcarnus in the name of Belial.
If you are innocent, then why do you have spies skulking through my sewers? Bring her in!
Let me go!
I detest violence. Guards, I'll leave this matter in your hands.
Well, okay. Hi, classic game lover. Hang on. Drop a crossbow now, look at that. Oh yeah. Got a machine gun now.
Not as bad as you look.
I knew you'd come for me. We need to leave before more gods arrive.
But... okay. Yeah, there's demons in the palace. I know that's shocking. So, classic game lover, you donated towards the Metroid block some time ago. The Metroid block was funded, though. So... I'll have the background. There's actually 2 layers to the background there. There's like the... oh, I'm sorry. There's 3 layers to the background. Oh, that's brilliant. Look at that. Yes, if you type in !next into chat, or simply look up the queue on the website, you'll be able to see upcoming games, and one of them happens to be the Metroid block.
Get out of here. I will cover your escape.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Now we need to get to the sewers. I'll explain why when we get there.
I'll give you a hint. Everything on the list is not funded. Whoa, shoot. Now look at that brilliant city out there. This is actually technically a prototype for Act 3, but you see how you actually see people? Like, there's actually 3D models of people out there. They're going through very simple animation loops. But they're there. And I just want to point this out, because this is what Mass Effect 3 failed miserably at. It's even better in Act 3. Like, as much as Act 3 has some problems with it, it might be the best brickwork, with the only possible exception being Act 5. And that's just expansion effect right there.
Demons are blocking our way. We must destroy their summoning construct.
Okay. Now what? Well, this came out after Mass Effect 3, but I don't think it was by that much. In fact, I had the same job for both releases. As a reminder, classic game lover, you can put that towards up to 3 things at no cost, if you want to. You don't have to, of course. Look at that. Look at that city out there. That's polish. Right there, that's polish. Look at that. There's birds flying off in the distance. There's actually people. Oh my god, you can actually see people. You probably can't see it on stream. But look where my portrait is. And then scan your eyes down a little bit till you can see the ground, and there's like a little square there with a fountain, a water fountain. You didn't put the other 2 to anything, I don't think, last game over.
Yes, if they are innocent.
That's very noble. I have no idea how you're still alive.
Sure, I'll just put the other 2 to those 2, because if you did, well, I don't feel like looking it up. It would be some work to try and track such a thing. So let's do another 3. And Chrono Cross. But yeah, so... people. Birds. But also, like, we've got the waves of heat, we've got the sand, which is drifting off of several places. There's actually some decent texture work back there. But what I really love is a decent amount of this is a 3D model. And they're doing the perspective trick, where some of it is moving at different rates. It's effectively parallax scrolling, just with 3D. I don't know if that's how that's called in 3D. So you can actually tell that some of that stuff is much further away than the rest of it. God, that's so unnecessary. You don't need any of that. None of that is required. You could have put literally nothing back there. Yes, it was Crazy Rush. You could put literally nothing back there, and nobody would care. Most people wouldn't even notice. But that's polish. That's Blizzard right there. That's what Blizzard used to be. It was polish. Someone somewhere said, you know, We should add a whole bunch of crap to the background so it looks frickety awesome. Done. And that's what they did. That was their style. That was literally the hallmark of Blizzard. For decades. Like, the relative quality of it varies based on the era. It was always there. How many of you even noticed there was an aqueduct coming through the palace like that? It's a little more obvious over here. Look at this. Look at it. Will Diablo before be polished? Who frickin' knows? Who knows?
There has to be a way into the sewers from here.
I mean, okay. In no way am I saying this is a brag, but I understand that mentality. I understand the mindset that goes into sitting there and thinking, no one's gonna notice this. No one's gonna care. And then you sit there for a few seconds staring at your screen, and you're like, okay. And then you bother to do the extra work and spend the extra time to put in that extra bit of polish that nobody's gonna notice and nobody's gonna care about, but you do it anyways. One of the reasons, that's probably never happening, Sassy Saddles, one of the biggest reasons why I bothered to do the live, discussion and explanation during the theaters was to try and make sure that people noticed at least some of the nuanced little details that I threw into those things. At least one or two. Exactly, Cure White Noise. That's a good example of that. Or how about the fact that they actually did make, what was it, like 1,000 different pieces of armor for the orc armies? Like, actually physically made that many helmets and chest pieces and all that stuff for the people in the mass, establishing shots. Thank you, Caspian. I will put that towards the Mario and Luigi block, Republic Commando, WoW, Cata to Legion.
I found my mother Adria. She's alive. But the Imperial Guard is holding her somewhere down here.
We will find her.
Oh, good. First of all, sewer level. But second of all, Adria.
They won't get us.
So Magda was telling the truth. Somehow I knew my mother was alive. I always knew it.
But you never knew her. Be wary, Via. Things are not as they seem sometimes.
The deserts of Kyrgyzstan are majestic, expansive, and full of stinging swarms of insects. They may seem a minor nuisance, but these vermin carry numerous strains of pestilence. One of them was trapped in my boot once, and my foot swelled up to the size of a melon before the infection cleared. What horrible creatures!
Yep, can confirm. That is Jennifer Hale, yes.
For treasure!
That's your battle cry?
The Accursed were created when a necrotic plague spread through Kyrgyzstan centuries ago. The infected watched in terror as their flesh blackened and died. The strongest medicines could not stop the decay. Eventually, they fell into a dormant state, and their bodies were piled up in dark and forgotten places where they could rest undisturbed.
My exemplary servants. Keep the witch alive until she talks. Pain will loose her tongue, but only to a point. Remember what happened with the vizier's assistant? It was a pleasurable time, I admit. But the man had only incoherent babble and bloody strands of pus spilling from his lips by the end.
Bloody strands of pus dipping from your lips. There's a mental image I just want you to have today. Just enjoy that mental image from this very not dark game.
Adria should be up here.
This is the first time a girl's ever asked me to meet her mother.
Tell us about the Black Soul Stone. We know of the 3 that the Horadrim used to trap the primevals. What is the purpose of this one?
Your master Belial has good reason to fear it.
Leave her alone!
Seize them!
Oh no, they're gonna kill her. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Red. No question.
Leah, my daughter.
You know who I am?
My darling, I've watched over you all your life, but I never dared get close because of the danger that always shadows me.
We can't talk here. Let's get to safety first.
Of course, Adria would know how to use town portals. That was her shtick, after all.
I need to go back. I heard that you were there 20 years ago when Mount Ariat was destroyed.
Baal, the Lord of Destruction, sought to enslave mankind to the power of hell by corrupting the sacred World Stone. Unthinkable though it was, I was forced to destroy it.
And half the countryside with it.
Understand, friend, that entire worlds burned as heaven and hell fought over the World Stone. Ariat's destruction was regrettable. And, believe me, I paid a high cost as well.
Yeah, that's another thing. Tyrael, like, okay, hang on. I actually have to switch characters to properly show this off. Sorry. That's weird. Oh, wrong character. Okay. We'll do it on you. Yeah, Tyrael, could you sense evil really quick? For no reason, I'm just wondering. No, don't look at me. Okay, so it's kind of hard to see, but there's what's left of what used to be Mount Ariat on the upper left there. It's not super visible on this map, but I want you to understand that those rivers didn't used to be there. That used to be a large-scale mountain chain, which contained the, and now it's a crater. Now, that may or may not sound impressive, but as anybody who's ever physicsed before, that is an insane amount of energy to move that much raw mass that quickly. You get my point, though, Crazy Norse. That used to be this, and then it got... And, yeah, there's a lot of dead people. That caused some pretty serious issues. And, of course, it's one of the reasons why the Sons of Volcathos are functionally extinct. They're not literally extinct, like there are some left, but it's the Mandalorian thing, right? The Mandalorians as a people ceased to exist. And same thing with the Sons of Volcathos. They're gone. All that's left is a few remnants. So, yeah. That's cool. Lord of Destruction, as they say. I gotta do all this all over again. Come on, game. There we go.
You are quite unusual, you know.
It is merely the consequence of seeing that which is not readily visible. I have accepted it.
I think it's a fine trait. Sometimes people don't know what to make of me either.
Then you have my thanks. Although, perhaps you are right. I feel as though part of me still sleeps in a faraway realm.
You slept for a long time. It will pass.
That would be nice, but the feeling I have indicates that it is more unpleasant and complicated than that.
Hey lady, I got some new things. You should take a look.
This is also a good time to mention. The game has a bit of inconsistency in its background lore. Because it insists that there's been an era of peace and relative tranquility since the end of D2. And yet we see several demons and demon lords who are pretty well entrenched and have probably been doing so for a while. Those two things aren't completely incongruent, but I kind of wish they'd pick a lane on that one.
What happened to you after you destroyed the World Stone?
The resultant explosion dispersed the light and harmony of my angelic being. Without form or shape, I restored myself within the realm of pandemonium. It took me 20 of your years, but finally, I returned home to the high heavens.
The other angels must have been grateful.
Hardly. Believing my actions had endangered creation, the Angiras Council put me, the Archangel of Justice, on trial. I knew then that heaven was doomed, unless I could enlist the aid of mankind against the coming onslaught of hell.
As an aside, you know one of the things I dislike the most about the greater narrative of Diablo? The eternal conflict. It's called that for a reason, and it's designed in such a way that it's just going to keep going forever. And it's got, I don't know, I've never liked those kinds of things. I don't like that in Warhammer 40k, I don't like that in Forgotten Realms, and I don't like that in Diablo. It's just an eternal war, forever. It'll never end. And you might think, oh, well, the games are when things finally end. I'm just going to spoil this for you. Nope. Status quo.
A week ago, I was deafened by the voices. Council members argued in the corridors outside my chambers. Guards chanted on their patrols and scribes murmured incessantly. Out here, there is only the wind.
I mean, that's true, Armed Devil. Usually the good guys are losing this particular cycle, and so we're playing to, you know, help them out a bit.
I'm surprised Cain never told you why I left. He knew I was called to fight the Lords of Hell, and I knew he would keep you safe.
He's gone now.
Then it's fate that we have been reunited.
No reaction to the death of Cain.
Your work is my war.
According to the Herodric texts, only two evils remain. Belial is here in Caldeum, and Asmodan has yet to reveal himself.
Do you regret leaving Leah behind?
What? No, I never saw it that way. She grew up in safety, while I risked my life to find the key to our salvation. It was the sacrifice that I had to make. In any case, Leah will meet her full potential under my guidance. Do you not have things to do?
Okay, then. I think you got a little bit of sand somewhere. You need to start making some pearls there, lady.
How well did you know Cain?
For a time, during the darkening of Tristram, we spent many nights in the Tavern of the Rising Sun, discussing his Herodric texts and the varied arcana I'd collected during my travels.
Did you ever meet him again?
Only from afar. From time to time our paths would cross, and I would catch glimpses of Leah as she grew. It broke my heart that I could not reveal myself and raise her as my own.
How did the Imperial Guard find you?
I was trying to steal out of the city. I'd returned to gather some things before setting out to recover Zoltan Kulle's head, and the guards found me.
Cool, huh?
The guards were asking you about this Black Soul Stone. I remember reading about it in Uncle's journal, but it didn't seem important.
No, but it is. It is the key to defeating evil forever. It was created by the mage Zoltan Kulle to trap demonic souls.
Yes, he was a renegade Haradrim, dismembered by his brethren before he could activate the Soul Stone. His head was sealed away in the Dulgar Oasis.
We must retrieve it, because if we're to use the Soul Stone to defeat Belial and Azmodan, Zoltan Kulle must live again.
I have reunited Leah with her mother, the witch Adria. She spoke to us about the Black Soul Stone, an artifact that could permanently destroy the Lords of Hell. I must find it at any cost.
Okay. You know another thing that irritates me? That fiction does? Like, all of fiction does this. It's the thing where... Oh, I was extremely suspicious because of what I'm about to tell you. It's the thing where, like, a character mentions something, or maybe, like, something is mentioned just as a casual aside. Remember the narrator brings up something, and all of the characters are immediately and instantly on board as if it's the only possible choice. And you know what I mean by that, right? You've probably encountered that several times. It's usually subtle. It's usually the kind of thing you barely even notice because you, the character, you, the viewer, or you, the player, know we need to get this thing in order to progress. So you don't question it when every character immediately is like, yes, we must get this thing to progress. But it's always a little weird. And obviously this is a gradient. It can be done well and it can be done poorly. But it's always a little bit weird. And when it's done poorly, it's just, ugh. Because there's no discussion, there's no debate. Everyone just immediately, automatically, 100% is right on board with it. Yeah, exactly, Culver. They're just, we got this, we're good. Listen, we need to find the black... Listen to what you just said. I must find the Black Soulstone at all costs. We just found out that it existed about a minute ago. And she's not even 100% sure what it is yet. I know what the Black Soulstone is. I probably know better than anybody in the frickin' game at the moment.
Murderer, torturer, monster. These were the titles bestowed upon Zoltan Kulle by the Haradrim. Though it cost them dearly, they killed the wizard for his crimes against nature and sealed his broken corpse within a shadow realm. It seems they were afraid he might return.
I mean, the fact that Tyrael just got nothing here is honestly probably a story negative for being... In fact, I'm just going to jot that down right now.
I don't like dealing with Kulle any better than you do, but I see no other way. If Adria says we must, then we must. Uncle Deckard trusted her, and so will I.
I don't want to talk too much about Kulle just yet, but I do want to mention one thing. It continues to irritate me how much everyone bashes Zoltan Kulle in-universe. And that's another thing that irritates me. It's almost the same trick. The writers put what they want you, the player, to hear in the mouths of the characters, so you'll trust it more. It's a really common trick. And so, characters constantly saying Zoltan Kulle is horribly evil, and I don't even want to think about him. I don't even want to talk to him. Like, interacting with him is this horribly evil thing, and it's like, do you know who Zoltan Kulle is? Now, you're probably thinking, Laura, are you saying he's a good guy? No, of course I'm not. But my overall point is that Zoltan Kulle is actually one of the better gray characters in this setting. And I mean that. He's actually got some legitimate... It's one of the reasons I like him. He's got some legitimate nuance to him. And there are actual layers to him. But everyone treats him like he's just this complete monster. I mean, the achievement for killing him is... what was it? She just mentioned the achievement. Murderer, torturer, monster is the achievement... Sorry, spoilers. Is the achievement for killing Kulle.
300 years ago, I selected Kulle and 6 others to form the Horadrim. He was a great man who was driven mad by his long quest to hunt evil.
Why did the Horadrim kill Zoltan Kulle?
He delved into powers not meant for man, trying to fashion an artifact that could fill his empty heart with the souls of angels and demons. The Horadrim had no choice but to slay him. The Order never recovered.
Zoltan Kulle, a legend. There is no doubt in my mind he is as powerful as the stories say. But for every bit of his genius, he was surely mad. He was obsessed with immortality and power.
A madman. We would do better to leave him asleep in the desert than to call on him for aid.
You have a better idea.
I do not. It is merely a warning.
Stuff like that is exactly what I was just talking about, by the way. Tyrael, probably the second most trustworthy and respected character in the setting, like for us, for the real-life people playing the games, is like, it would be better off if we just leave him in the desert. Like, and that says everything it needs to. If Tyrael's saying that, then it's like, oh, he's horrifically evil.
Tyrael seems to think that Zoltan Kulle cannot be trusted. Shouldn't we listen to him?
It will be dangerous, but you have faced great peril before. If Belial and Azmodan invade, you will have much more to worry about than a dismembered wizard.
I don't know what you're talking about, Cubic. Crazy, Cubic. You're crazy. See, this is my wizard. I cast Bola. I cast Machine Gun. Yeah! Anyways.
Dug up some new things for you.
Then they would probably be a little bit more on trying to deal with this cauldron.
I do not feel well.
I'm not surprised. You've been out in the sun for hours.
I can't leave. The Emperor will come to his senses any moment now.
Take some of my water, you fool.
That's probably my favorite little back and forth of those two.
The Imperial Guards are demons in disguise. I swear it's true.
I hear the Imperial Guard's hold on the city is weakening. I hear some of their prisoners escaped.
We're getting to Kulle pretty quickly. So Radisvik, thank you, because I couldn't remember who voiced him. Radisvik is the voice actor for Kulle in the rewrite and does a good job with it.
I can't believe what I've been reduced to. I'm no better than the common rabble. The things I've done.
But first we got to get some wonderful storytelling. You know, some actually good storytelling.
They will never break our spirits.
I know a lot of people are happy that the nobles are out here with us, but we are used to this life. It must be hard on them.
Well, you can ask me, Masterman, and then behold! I can tell you what it is, but give me a second. Wait until I'm in the next dungeon.
How long must this continue? It's hard to stay hopeful.
In Diablo?
There's an underground movement to depose the Emperor. That's why they have us all trapped out here. They're trying to break us.
I thought my family could leave this hellish place and go to the Dulgar Oasis. But they say the demons are there as well.
It is a weirdly persistent Blizzard thing that side stories tend to be just much better. I mean, I just went through like 4 of them, Cubic Skull, in rapid order.
You could stone the city gates all by yourself. Maybe I could convince you to try.
Maybe later.
It's disgusting. I've seen that woman going in and out of the sewers.
You never can tell with those types.
Into the sewers. Yeah!
What a stench. That's not you, is it? It's certainly not me.
I mean... Hang on, we're gonna have a cutscene. Hang on.
Listen to me. I cannot talk for long. Belial's guards are constantly watching me.
Emperor Hakam?
Forgive me for my behavior at court. The gods would have killed me had I sided with you. But I will help you now as I can. You must be headed to the Oasis. I can open this gate for you.
How did this all happen?
There's little I can do. Between my advisors and the Imperial Guard, my every move and action are controlled. I've tried to fight back, but Belial's influence is strong. But now you've given me a chance. Perhaps my only chance.
You wish to aid me, Your Majesty?
You're here to kill Belial, aren't you? I can help.
But you are watched day and night.
I can still fight in my own way. I want my empire back. I will find where Belial is hiding and deliver him to you.
Why should I trust you? You tried to kill us.
I told you it was not my choice. My every move is controlled and I'm surrounded by enemies. But I swear to you, I will help you. I will prove it to you.
Wow. The only IMDb credits for this woman are for Diablo 3. And that's it. I mean, Diablo 3 and Reaper of Souls, but still, this is all she's ever voiced, was this kid. Visual storytelling. I hate to continue to gush about the best part of the game. Well, the best part of the game's story. But, you know, so we go into the sewers, and what's the first thing we find? There's not monsters or beasts. It's a bunch of people.
What do you do when this is all over?
It will never be over.
Well, that's quite a dark outlook.
So we see people down here, crying, huddling by the fire, leaning against the wall, just doing whatever they can to survive and you know, try and be as comfortable as they can. There's also a vendor. But we also see that the sewers, they have basically their own mini shantytown here. And it's obviously being trafficked enough that they've actually set up planks in order to allow traversal without getting your feet wet as you're walking around. Okay, Cubic, that's cool. I completely disagree with you, but that's cool. We're cool. Like, to continue your own analogy, so they've offered us a rotten steak, and then there's some greens and some fruit over here. There's a nice thing of dessert. They've got some wonderful music playing, obviously. There's a nice scent on the air, a little bit of a thing. They've got the lighting just right. And there's a wonderful array of bread. They've got some pastries on the side. The seat is comfortable. And basically everything about the presentation of this meal, other than the steak, which is the main course, is wonderful. And that's how I tend to look at it. That's my overall perspective. Because you're right, the main plot of this game is not good. Everything else is. And if I'm being blunt, I just don't care that much about the plot. I never have. Most games don't have a good plot. In fact, the ridiculous majority of games don't have a good plot. D2 doesn't have a good plot. D1 has no plot. So, plot in... Actually, that's a good point. The main course is actually the gameplay, but we're focusing on story. Games don't have strong plots. They very, very, very rarely have plots that are engaging or enjoyable or fascinating or whatever. I mean, Mass Effect 2, which I believe is the game we've given the most story positives to any game ever, has a pretty pedantic and otherwise disinteresting main plot. So I just don't put as much value in plot as I do other things. It still gets the negatives. Almost every story negative I've given this game has been for the plot. But I cannot ignore the 35 pluses to story that everything else has been giving me. Speaking of which...
Andariel was the only female evil. She aided the lesser evils for many years, but eventually she lost faith in their plots. 2 decades ago, she chose to help Diablo during his resurgence and seize the citadel of the Sightless Eye. Ultimately, she perished at the hands of brave heroes.
And if I could be so bold, I don't mean to sound so negative or coming down hard on you, Cubic. I apologize for that. There's nothing wrong with saying, I don't like this steak. I'm out and leaving the restaurant. That's fine. I understand that completely. I guess what bothers me about it is that prevailing attitude is part of the reason, especially in my opinion, that an extraordinary number of games not only do not have the level of polish and care and quality that they used to in several cases, but also that so many developers will focus only on the big flashy stuff and completely ignore all of the flavor and fluff and polish that actually makes something amazing, right? This is something we were talking about literally just yesterday. Hi, Covetous Shen again. And it's discouraging to see people, I'm not accusing you of this, obviously, Cubic, but to see people who don't give a crap about brickwork, about visual storytelling, about background lore, about the side conversations, about the secondary quests, or any of that, all that wonderful, amazing stuff that makes a game great, all that polish, and instead all they care about is this thing. And so for years and years and years, I have heard people bash games, and I've heard people drift the public consciousness and consensus on a lot of works. This isn't just games. It's true with games, movies, and books, and shows as well. Away from all of that content and away from all of that quality, and instead focusing on, this one part, which is usually less, is usually worse. And we've seen that the industry has kind of drifted towards that line of thinking. Not entirely. There's still plenty of games and shows and movies that have the other good stuff. But a lot of emphasis is put on the big, flashy, the wow. Sorry about that. Had a package delivery, which I actually had to go grab. I mean, I don't know what they're doing in D4 yet. Hopefully, I mean, I don't have a lot of hope for D4. I'm just going to be completely honest on that front. We'll see. I mean, you're right. The WoW brings consumers, not customers. And I do make the distinction. Different mentalities, different philosophies. And to be clear, Cubic, again, I understand. I mean, obviously, I would like D3 to have a good plot, too.
I knew a woman from Caldeum once. Fair as the sunrise, that one.
Then why did you leave her?
Every sun must set, my friend.
Obviously, I would prefer it if D3 had a good plot, too. I don't want to sound like that's... like I'm dismissing that. I absolutely have no hesitation in giving this game's negatives for its plot. Duh, right? The only distinction is that the plot doesn't ruin it for me. Although, I'm probably at least a little bit biased, because I'm going to be completely honest, the gameplay is where D3 shines. The only reason I get defensive is because I get irritated when people say that D3 has no good story, and I'm like... Because, yeah, exactly, like, what the hell? There's so many plot threads that D3 deliberately leaves dangling. And we're not 100% sure what's going to go on with several of them. The most notable one being the Nephilim. What's going on with the Nephilim in D4? But we'll get there. We'll get there in June. in June. And by we, I mean you, because y'all haven't even funded that, so that's probably not happening unless people start funding D4 a lot faster. Hired. Okay. See, that I answered that earlier, Palashas, and answered is the wrong word. I gave my opinion on that earlier. You say there's no atmosphere in D3, which I'm not sure I agree with. But you know what I absolutely will say, and I'm gonna get so much flack for saying this again. I don't think there was atmosphere in D2 or D1. Not really.
Only the most talented mages can summon skeletal guardians. It takes great power to form these tall, slim constructs from their unstable reagents, and even more power to sustain them. In the hands of a master, however, the guardians can become powerful weapons capable of defending their posts until the end of time.
Well, that sounds terrible. I mean, probably Eternus. And yes, I know it makes probe noises, by the way. The other probe makes probe noises, too. I was gonna say something. And that something is that Colgrim's awesome. Thank you, Colgrim. Okay, ahem. So first, Colgrim. Thank you, Colgrim. I will put that towards Diablo 4. Now I'm trying to think of a game that really... Okay, I'm trying to think of a game that isn't a Metroid game that has a really good atmosphere, because that was the first place my mind went to immediately. Let's go ahead and do Diablo 4. Come on, wake up, Laura, wake up. So tired this week. It's a good thing I've been playing a really good game. Here's the deal. So I don't want to get into a definitions argument, and I don't want to say that anybody else is wrong, because neither of those things are true. But also, I just finished Diablo 1 and 2 within the last week, and having literally just gone through them with analysis mode on for the purposes of doing a review, the common statement of, you know, D1 and D2 have atmosphere is one I'm starting to think I disagree with. Diablo 1 has that weird, awkward, surreal feel to it, which we talked about. You know, it's the nightmare thing, right? And I know several people specifically want that, and obviously that's cool. Cool. Diablo 2 felt dirtier, is the word I want to use, specifically. There were so many elements, especially in the original graphics, of just grime, or dirt, or mud, or muck, and not just literally, of course, but metaphorically in terms of how the game was presented. Both of these things are not things that I would normally classify as atmosphere, which is why I say I don't want to get into a definitions argument. And that's why I'm going ahead and admitting that what most people probably mean when they say atmosphere is probably exactly what I'm talking about right now, if I were to guess on the matter. D3, by contrast, is... Well, actually, I could summarize D3's atmosphere with a single picture. I'm not going to show it to you because I can't, because it's a movie, not a picture. But I want you to picture the end of Act 1 cutscene for a second. And there's a shot where... God dang it, stop poisoning me! Can't get away from this death. There's a shot where Tyrael is standing there looking up at Imperius and responding to their quotes. And he's got the heroic pose. You know the one, right? He's just a little bit here, his arms are just a little bit outstretched, and he's standing up there, completely certain of himself. And that's D3's atmosphere in one picture. D3 is all about being the pillar that's standing against the oncoming tide. The distinction is that in D1, even though in gameplay terms you're succeeding, narratively speaking, it was all just a mess, right? Not in a bad way, but in a surreal way. In D2, it was more about barely just struggling and just like crawling through the muck. In D3, it's a lot more heroic, I think is the word I'd actually use there. It's all about being capable of being that strong and being the singular pillar which is trying to push back against the onslaught. vastly different overall approach, vibe to it. And if someone, you know, says, I don't like that, it's 100% valid. Yeah, we're playing as the Nephilim, as the beginnings of the Nephilim. We really are that powerful. And we really are that invested in trying to change the situation, the status quo. We fail miserably because of bad writing, but the point is, we are standing there firm. Exactly, Blade. In Diablo 1, we lose. In Diablo 2, we survive, and in Diablo 3, we win.
Duriel is the twin of Andariel. I believe that they conspired together to assist Diablo in releasing Mephisto and Baal, though they had both supported the lesser evils in the past. The Lord of Pain was found guarding Baal's prison, the tomb of Tal Rasha, when he was slain by heroes.
And yeah, what the hell D4 is going to do is a big question mark here. Because D4 has the potential and perspective to go ahead and go in any direction it wants to here. But, and I can't believe I'm saying this, if D4 goes back to D2, surviving, then honestly, that's going to take some very serious and careful crafting in storytelling to make that make sense. Because we should, as a species, be past surviving by D4. Never mind the fact that the heroes of D3 should still exist as well. And if we try to go all the way back to D1, well, then we've really got to make some explanations happen to explain what the hell's going on. So, real quick, obviously it's not just the desert in Act 2, but I just wanted to mention that there's a lot of fantastic and fascinating stuff in terms of different visuals. There's five main visual biomes, tile sets in Act 2. That's awesome. D4 is a few hundred years after D3. I don't like that.
Not so bad out here, is it?
We'll see. We'll see. I'm trying not to prejudge. D4 isn't even out yet. And honestly, they could change their mind about a lot of things. So, we'll see where they go with it. Now, I promised Maskier an answer. And that's gonna have to wait, because now Kane wants to talk to me.
Though the champions are larger, and the lunatics more devastating, it is the shaman priests who lead the fallen. These shrunken, unintimidating demons can easily kill an enemy with their firebolts, but it is their ability to resurrect their imp allies that allows them to command such high respect from their peers.
The evil of Mephisto, Lord of Hatred, was so pervasive that even after he had been defeated and entombed in a soul stone, his demonic essence oozed upwards into Travancore and corrupted the Zakharum priests. Though he fell to the same heroes who killed his brothers, I fear for us, should he ever return.
Oh, big net positive, Tim. Big net positive. This is pretty much almost exactly how to do this right in terms of audio logs. The audio log concept. If you have an audio log, it needs to be something that you can hear relatively easily, that you can replay at will, that you can read in case you can't hear it.
Adventuring bring you the riches you imagined?
Oh, even more so. Some devious little goblins have been robbing...
Okay, I've already heard that one. So it doesn't stop the gameplay. You can keep playing while you're listening to it. You can read it in case you can't hear it, and you can replay it if you want to. I can just hit this button right here and be like...
Some devious...
This is almost a perfect audio log format. And the only reason I say almost is because I feel like there's something it doesn't do that I can't remember right now. But other than that, it's really good. Definite positives. So... Rewrite. The question I like to ask... yeah, let's do that. The question I always like to ask is... what... like, if I was to ask you... oh, hey, we can have the Raven now. We're gonna totally get the Raven. We'll put it here. If I was to ask you, what does rewrite mean to you? Like, if I say I have a rewrite project going, and the video's going live Saturday, which both of those are true statements, what does that mean to you immediately? Or just mentally? Yeah, we'll just go ahead and keep that out there. I guess all we have is strafe right now. That makes sense, though. We have Spike Trap now. We should try that out for a bit. Did we ever get... I'd say this question's for everyone, but I think most people in chat by now know what the rewrite project is. In fact, several of my actors are present right now. Honestly, yes, Eternus. In fact, that's exactly what I would do, too.
To those who doubt my achievements in research, I present my findings on the Dune Dervish. It took me many years to find the truth of these strange, deadly figures. But my sources indicate that they are the cursed remains of mages who summoned a demon far beyond their power to control.
Always a great thing to do if you're a mage. Summon things you can't control. I think that's a cottage industry for mages, really. Also, this looks much cooler. No pun intended.
Help me, please! Someone help! I'm being robbed!
Quiet, or I will rip your tongue from your mouth. You fool! You think you can save this man? You have sealed your fate.
I have strafe now, which looks like this. If you played Overwatch, this should sound like die, die, die. Excuse me.
The enemy has destroyed Alcarnus and most of the cultists. The Master commands us to capture more slaves immediately. Go to the Oasis and abduct the villagers. Kill any who resist. That way we shall both gain allies and destroy enemies.
Oh, well, that's actually identical. That's wild, or almost identical. Anyways.
Thank you, thank you. Those vile creatures were looting my goods. Now that you have saved me, I'd be happy to allow you the privilege of buying them instead.
Thanks. Listen, Crazy Norse. They're evil, therefore... Anyways, I noticed Master Man is completely ignoring my question, which... I suppose that's indicative. So I'll let it go. Oh, yeah, I should write that down while I'm thinking about it. The downside of strafe is you really need a few other combined abilities to really make it worthwhile. Because it eats up hatred like crazy. Oh yeah, no, it's the Oasis is honestly one of my favorite looking areas just purely visually. Not the best, but it's up there.
Not enough hatred.
I do agree with you though, Crazy Horse. What's doubly shame is it's not like they have any problems of showing off guards that are humans who are decent and guards that are humans who are not. It's just they're the dudes in town, right? Almost all of which are the Iron Wolves, not the, you know, these things. Missed opportunity there.
It is easy to focus on the dangerous foes one may encounter on the ground, but the Bloodhawks rule the skies with terrible ferocity. These crimson-winged birds will wait until their prey is at a disadvantage, then swoop down to attack. Watch for their shadows on the nearby terrain, and be prepared to flee quickly.
So, here's the super summary of that, Eternus. If you're going to have a...
Zoltan Kulle's head lies through this portal.
Oh, right, yes, that's all we need around here. More empty skulls.
Damn it. Okay, so super summary, Eternus. If you're going to have limited gold vendors, either that should be like part of the fundamental gameplay loop of the game, you know, like in a survival game or in a limited resources game or something, right? Or it should be a toggle. It should be a frickin' option when you're starting the game. Like you fire up Morrowind, and it's like, all right, make a new character. All right, designing new character. Would you like the vendors to have limited gold? Click. And they either have... Because unlimited gold is the easiest thing to program. There's actually nothing to design or program there. They don't consider gold. They become a gold fountain at that point. But if they do, then okay, and you get the idea. The reason I bring that up, too, is because doing limited gold is actually a lot harder to do properly than it sounds. As Morrowind itself can attest to. Because, frankly, Morrowind did limited gold very badly, in my opinion. It didn't...
I knew a woman from this oasis once.
What was she like?
Very good at quenching my thirst.
You know what? I don't feel like getting into it. The point is, Morrowind didn't do it particularly well. It could have done it well, but its specific implementation of the concept didn't really land. And so, all it ended up being in Morrowind was a hassle, right? Now, we talked earlier, I'm okay with people liking hassle in game design. That's a whole thing, and I understand that. But that's why it should be a toggle. That's why there should be a button there, right?
Overwhelm the enemy and seize her companions. There is a witch among them, and another, a girl. Bring them to me along with the Black Soulstone. They will be searching for the head of Zoltan Kulle. Scour the oasis for it. Some old sorcery lingers on the skull, and it must be mine.
Well, they've really let the place go, haven't they?
By the way, this is a completely unruined strafe. This is just default strafe.
I have more control now.
Not all dangerous demons are large and imposing. The dust imps are little more than children in size, but they possess the cunning and bloodlust of far larger creatures. They take cover in the shadows, emerging only when viable prey wanders too close. Then they ambush, leaving little more than bones behind them.
Nice things. By the way, can I just say I love the visuals here? I know I've said that like 50 times in the last 10 minutes. I love the visuals in here. The broken ruins of what used to be one of Zoltan Kulle's and the Horadrim's bases. The sand that's just everywhere, but in such a wonderful way. Like, you literally see bits of sand pouring in periodically from the ceiling and the cracks in it. And you can see how the weight of it has actually crushed certain bits of the stone. Like, this probably used to be a pathway. It's just a ledge of sand now. I love this. But anyways, let's go with that one.
This will be fun.
Oh, we have elemental arrow now. Yeah, sure, we'll show that off too. Although we actually need to show that off too. We need to show off a bunch of stuff. We're going to show off all sorts of stuff. What else have we got that we can show off? Not as much as I'd like. It's actually it at the moment. Our leveling is so much slower because we turned down the diff so much further. I mean, I love this game, Evan Storm, so I'm the weirdo there. Well.
We set out in 1 week's time, into the desolate sands, to search for Kulle's hidden archives. None of us have any idea what to expect. How far has Kulle's madness driven him? How much power has he accumulated in his mad quest? I can only hope we are not too late.
I am returning to town.
If you keep holding back, then you'll never improve. Ah! Leah, are you all right?
Yes, I think so.
I'm sorry to push you like this, but it will all be for the best in the end.
I know.
It is time. Leah, cast the spell as I taught you.
I live again.
Zoltan Kulle. We need you to activate the Black Soul Stone. We would use it to trap the last 2 Lords of Hell.
I know your voice, stranger. It has haunted me in death, just as it commanded me in life. Tyrael.
I am, but now mortal.
Ah, fate is whimsical.
I already like Cool. 5 seconds in. And not just because it's Steve Blum doing his Steve Blummiest.
I got some new things. You should take
Although, gonna be completely honest, that is part of it. As much as people make fun of Steve Blum for being, like, in everything, Steve Blum's a good actor. Like, a really good actor. And he knows how to lean into a voice. He doesn't just do the gravelly thing. He knows how to add those little pacing, tempo variances in how he says a line. Or just adding extra little moments of emotion to what he's saying to make it sound a little bit, just a little bit better. He's does some great stuff. And he leans into Zoltan Kulle. It's fantastic.
I was just another highborn courtier in the palace. But I dreamed of being a famous poet like Zoltan. Have you read his work? It makes your heart sing. My ability is nowhere near his, but I suppose you will see that for yourself. When the desert sands silence their whispers in the night, and the 1,000 lights of the stars bleed into the darkness, I will find you in the void. My love will pour from me as words pour from my pen.
Tell me more about that your wife.
I broke her out in the middle of the night and we escaped. They didn't chase us far. I guess they were glad to see her go.
A real boy meets witch story, hmm?
She wasn't a witch. She was a mystic. Though we didn't find that out for a time.
Not until we started traveling with the Vetchin wagon train. But that's a story for another time.
What was it like traveling with the Vetchin?
When we first joined the wagon train, we were just two lost souls. The Vetchin thought it was unbearably romantic. A pair of lovers on the run from their pasts. I suppose it might have even been true. A mystic with the Vetchin recognized Mira's talent immediately. We stayed with them while Mira learned from her. Along the way, we fell in love and married. I've never known anything as surely as my love for her.
Sounds like she cast a real spell on you, didn't she?
Never mind.
Hey, Ross. Tell me something, Ross. Do you like good voice acting? Would you like to hear good voice acting?
I will give you the Black Soul Stone, but in exchange, I must be made whole once again.
You were treacherous before. How do I know you won't be an even greater threat once you've been fully revived?
You don't. So you must ask yourself, how much would you risk to save this wretched world?
Everything.
So be it. To begin, you will need to retrieve my blood from the dungeons where it has been hidden away. You will find them in the desolate sands beyond the aqueducts.
I'm going to go with you. We should bring Cool's head with us. Maybe he'll have something useful to say. I'll put him in your bag.
Thanks.
There's something wrong when even I'm getting a bad feeling about it.
No, it's okay. This isn't Star Wars. We're cool. No, you're right, Mr. Ed. Like I say, for how much people make fun of him, he's a damned good actor. Although Radisvik does a fantastic job of the rewrite. Cool.
After surviving the devastation in Tristram all those years ago, I swore vengeance upon Diablo and his ilk. I've sacrificed everything for it. This is my path, and I will follow it through to its bloody end.
Yeah, that's a true statement, kind of.
Leah is grateful to have you here. She has lost so much.
She has a kind heart.
Isn't that what you wanted?
Kindness will not help us survive in these dark times.
Translation: no.
The Lord of Lies is cunning. He wears many masks to hide his shifting nature from us. But we will have an advantage over him. The Black Soul Stone. Belial fears its power, for Soul Stones have bested his siblings in the past, and he could be imprisoned as well.
Have you ever met Belial in battle?
Not openly. He was never one to lead an army, always in the shadows, much like his mentor Mephisto. He wields intrigue and artifice as proficiently as you wield your weapons.
Sure he does, Tyrael. Sure he does. Rax has inconsistent availability, so he rarely pops in on stream, and he doesn't usually have chance to actually perform voice acting for us. Which is funny, because he had, by a huge margin, the largest voice acting job back in FF9. I've thought occasionally about trying to figure out how much dialogue he said in FF9, but even just tracking that would be a huge hassle.
You said that your sisters were supposed to join you here. Where are they?
They should have awakened as well, but their mission has already ended.
How?
I sought out the closest two before I met you. They lay dead and mutilated in their chambers. The others are some distance away. I fear the worst.
What happened to them?
There were traces of demonic magic upon their wounds. But surely the Prophet could have protected them. Where has he gone?
I know. You probably don't actually want the answer to that question.
It is good to fight with you again.
What happened to your brother precisely?
Nothing you'd want to hear.
I asked.
And then what?
I suppose you'll make it all right. You'll fix it up just like another one of your little errands. Some things aren't that easy.
Well, I can't do anything if I don't know the situation.
God, you're so noble about it too. Spare me.
Stuff like this is why I like Lyndon, despite the fact that he's a bit of a prat. He's a very human character. I mean, honestly, all three of them are. And by all three, I mean, like, 4. Because, weirdly enough, there's actually 4 companions. But the 4th one doesn't get the same focus as the other, because he doesn't fight with you. Covetous Shen is treated, in terms of narrative structure, as a companion. Has a full quest and everything.
Surely there's been a woman you have loved among all the others.
Ah, yes. The unreasonable one I spoke of earlier. I loved her with every inch of my heart before it went black as coal.
What became of her?
Well, she did what all unreasonable women do. Married the wrong man.
Surely you could have persuaded her to stay.
It wouldn't have been easy. He was my brother.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit rough. Not gonna lie.
Let us seek our fortunes together.
But yes, Covetous Shen is this wonderful gentleman. Voiced by the always amazing James Hong.
I think I might have met Zoltan Kulle once. He seemed like a perfectly reasonable sort, for a mage, that is.
For a mage? What do you mean exactly?
Oh, yes. Well, you know how they can be. With the waving hands and the mumbling all the time. They can be a little strange.
You know, honestly, he's got a point there. Okay. I don't know what alignment I would have assigned to Lyndon. Oh, and just to get this out there, Lyndon, Cormac, Covetous Shen, and Ariana are not in the rewrite. Hey, you picked up on that, Blade Chaval. Most people I know don't even catch on to that. The answer for how old Covetous Shen is we're not sure. Anyways,
for lost artifacts with Uncle Deckard, even though it did have its dangerous side. I can't tell you how many times I had to drag him away from an army of skeletons because he was fixated on some dusty old tapestry.
Yeah, one of the things I found fascinating, and I found it almost immediately on my second playthrough, which I started immediately after my first playthrough, was that the people that you've recruited have dialogue for the periods of time before you recruit them. Which is a weirdly nice touch, and again, that all-important polish. So anyways, why did I not bother keeping in the excellent characters who are, you know, getting tons and tons of positives? There's actually a few reasons, but the biggest and most important is the Diablo rewrite script is already a very busy script. There's a lot of characters doing a lot of things, and a lot of them are in the lot of scenes. There's several scenes which actually became difficult to visually present because so many characters were all in the scene and all of them had speaking lines. Nope, sorry, Giga, sorry here. Give me a moment. That number is actually up to 79 at the moment. There we go. Anyways. And that isn't counting any class stuff, by the way. So, in other words, it was already a very large script with a very large cast, most of whom had a decent number of lines. So, while I absolutely have nothing against the 4 awesome characters I just mentioned, including them just for its own sake wasn't really something I wanted to do. which is something I'll talk about in just a second.
Don't let us die!
Okay. You got it.
Get us out of here!
I got you. I got you. Don't worry. These things have friendly fire. Somehow. I already had a script that had too many people. I didn't want to add even more roles on top of that. So that's reason number one.
I must flee.
Get around, Rhodosphere.
To get out of here.
Reason number two is something that I keep running into in the rewrite, and I think it's just something I need to at some point just lay down the law on. Because something that is very common is people will ask for characters, or events, or locations, or ships, or abilities, or spells, or whatever to be included just because. Just because they're from the original. And no. Is basically the answer to that. From my perspective, unless they have some narrative purpose, unless there is some reason to include them, I don't. And as much as those 4 characters are awesome, they had absolutely no place in the Diablo rewrite. There was no way to fit them. You'll see what I mean Saturday. Like, there's absolutely no space to fit them in. The only way I could ever squeeze them in is to do exactly that. Like, imagine you're in the middle of a scene and all of a sudden, and also there's Covetous Shen, and Covetous Shen is like, yes, I like gems, and then the scene moves on as if nothing changed. I'm not going to do something like that just to wink at the audience. That's not the point of a rewrite. Sense, Mike?
To get out of here.
Possibly, Von Falkenstein. What was your question? Done, Mr. Red. You did it. Now, if I was to actually make the Diablo remakes, I would probably include these characters, but that is a different animal. The control method in... I didn't even see that question. Hang on. Whoops! Let me hit the wrong button like 3 times in a row here. Come on. 4 times in a row. This is getting ridiculous. Let me pull up the question queue here. Anybody guesses how long the question queue is? How many pages? $47. Would I prefer twin stick, or should I stay basically mouse only? So I've never played this on controller, but I would say twin stick is essentially mandatory if you're going to play Diablo on controller. Having said that, I get what you're asking, because this is different than twin stick, but I prefer this. I do prefer this method, approach, and style. Among other things, it's a little bit more precise, but also it fits better with this thing, which is... hand off the mouse, right? I know what you meant.
Bad as you look. Just our luck that Belial's forces showed up here as well. It's a regular party now.
You can go home whenever you want, Lyndon. No, this. What did we just pick up? Ooh, that's actually not bad. Go ahead and grab that. And Marked for Death. That's a fun one. That's funny, because I kind of would prefer to have mouse and keyboard. Because it gives me more direct control over my characters. I get what you mean, though. I do. I just don't prefer it, that's all. I don't have a hardcore, objective reason for it. Anyways, the way you add questions, Eternus, is you type !Q, and then a space, and then you put your question, and it dumps it in the queue. No, I know what you meant, but I'm actually picturing it in my head right now of how that would play.
Show off those fancy attacks you like so much.
There's Arcane. Someone earlier was asking what Arcane is.
My hatred is too low.
Bravo!
You know people would whine about it on Falkenstein. Well, what I've been deliberately doing recently, Eternus, and the reason the question queue is 47 pages long, is I've been deliberately ignoring most of the questions. Like, if it's any question I can't answer in 10 seconds, I usually just let it sit in the queue. And what we're going to start doing, immediately after we finish D3, actually, is we're going to start having a stream whose only purpose is to clean up the question queue. And that way, anybody who isn't present to actually hear the answer to their question can still have a place where they can go and find it and be like, aha, my question is here on this particular VOD, which we'll put live. And I know what you're thinking. I don't want to timestamp those. I'm probably gonna, but God, that's gonna be a colossal pain. But I don't see another alternative.
Interesting one, aren't you? I wonder if your friends know what you truly are.
What are you babbling about?
Oh, all will be revealed in time.
And in answer to his question, no, they don't. But yeah, the idea is to go ahead and do those semi-frequently, so we're not doing 57 pages of that nonsense. 47 pages or whatever it is. Oh, sorry, you did ask that earlier, Dream Whisperer.
Seems suspicious.
Bad idea. Very bad idea.
Fine, it's fine. Is Town Portal in the rewrite? Nope. In fact, I don't believe I use any form of portaling magic in the rewrite. Remember, I mentioned the teleport problem earlier. Well, my solution to the teleport problem is to actually spend the time and effort thinking about the geography and blocking of my scene so I don't actually have the teleport problem. Nope, no waypoints. In fact, travel time is...
The beasts, not the other way around.
Travel time becomes a bit of a plot point. There's a reason I actually bothered to set out a map.
I'll take that off your hands.
And a calendar when designing the script. Although I do that for everything I write, so that's not a big deal. Fun fact, our Diablo only occurs over the course of about 25 or so days, give or take. It's a very rapid-fire event. By contrast, our FF1 occurs over 3 months. And almost all of that is because of travel time.
You will not enter the Aqueduct! Lord Belial demands your blood!
Okay. Like, I can just, you know, cut my arm a little bit. Oh, more blood. Okay. That might cause a problem. Can I send him your blood? Would that be okay? Looks like so. Cool. Belial. Delivery.
I can open this gate for you.
See, part of the problem, Eternus, is I have so little spare time in my mornings that usually by the time I've finished, you know, cooking and cleaning and exercising and all that, I don't have enough time to make the tea and then also let the tea cool off.
Emperor Hakan?
No time for pleasantries. I think I may have uncovered Belial's assumed identity. I'm very close. But here's what you need to know. To find Kule's blood, you'll need to get through the Aqueduct. There are 2 levers that control the entrance beneath the waterfall.
Yeah, Cool knows his reputation. He just doesn't care. Or, to be slightly more accurate, he likes to lean into it. Like, everyone called him an evil mage, so his response is to be like, "Mwah, dead puppies."
Have you located Belial?
Not yet, but I have some ideas. It is difficult. I have many advisors and other attendants close to me day and night. I will find him.
Ugh, don't get me started about Kel'Thuzad. How to ruin a beloved character in one expansion.
How are you able to appear before us?
They keep a close watch on me, and I can't leave the palace. I stole an amulet from the Vajera ambassador. I saw him use it before. But I don't have much time. You need to find the stone. Leave Belial to me.
There's something he's not telling us, isn't there?
Nah. It's cool. It's cool. Everything's cool.
I don't like the look of this place. Something was here before us. Likely demons.
It's Belial. So long as he lives, all of Caldeum is under siege. Uncle Deckard theorized that the demon lords leave demons in their wake, much like us leaving footprints.
Do you believe that?
Yes. The more I study my uncle's books, the more I realize that even I took his wisdom for granted.
Told you. True believer now. Now, I don't want to get into semantics thing, Huthor, because I think you and I actually
This won't be easy.
are actually in agreement on that. Like, Kel'Thuzad was not only a major character, but he was an interesting and fascinating character. And they did essentially nothing with him in Vanilla. They did less than nothing with him in Wrath. And then he was gone for 6 expansions. And then, oh, yeah, hey.
Explore the great library of Caldeum when this is all over.
You are more like your uncle than you know.
Maybe. But they've got to have books on the Black Soul Stone and Asmodan. Something that will help me understand his theories.
So, yeah, no, I was excited that he was in Shadowlands because it was a chance for them to finally follow through on that. And they super didn't. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say something here. The best usage of Kel'Thuzad in all of WoW was in the Caverns of Time in BC. And I do mean that as an insult.
The Caldeum aqueducts were created by order of the Trade Consortium Council after the Dulgar Oasis was discovered 3 centuries ago. Though Caldeum had been prosperous for many years, a reliable source of water allowed the city to grow even further. Luxurious public fountains were built to provide safe drinking water for everyone.
So now we can have the Spider Companion, which we'll show off for about 10 seconds. Yeah, this is the rogue ability, or not rogue, excuse me, Amazon ability. Almost 1-to-1, except kind of better. It's basically a long-range shotgun.
The electric eels are insidious pests that have taken root in the oases surrounding Caldeum. Known for their stinging strikes, these creatures are particularly dangerous when they attack in large numbers. It is said that raw eel has become a delicacy among Caldeum's elite, but I assure you these rumors are baseless.
During my Demon Hunter playthrough, the one Demon Hunter playthrough I've done, I actually did an entire multi-shot build for a while there, just for fun. And plus I got some items to support it. Yeah, exactly what Paul was saying. That's why I had to correct myself there.
Those corpses have quite a stench.
I've smelled worse.
Where? How?
I need more hatred to do that.
How many of you even noticed we had the spider out right now? Unfortunately, it actually looks like a spider. Unlike the spider enemies, which look nothing like spiders.
Not enough hatred. My hatred is too low.
I used to get so upset when Uncle Deckard would go on and on about angels and demons. Now I would give anything to hear him tell his tales again.
Yeah, well, he's dead. So, you know. That's cool. Gold wrap, of all things. On Gold's pickup, gain armor for 5 seconds equal to the amount picked up. Oh, and we're gonna stop having that be a spider. Stop being a spider. There we go. I've actually used gold wrap in Greed's domain once.
Pull that lever. But I'm sure nothing bad will happen. For once.
That's one lever down.
Wait, is it lever or lever?
Now, who would put a perfectly good lever down here?
Not helping.
I was able to trace some carrion bats back to one of their nests. What I found shocked me. The nest itself is a living organism, a mature bat that has been mutated by the darkest of magics. I no longer doubt that demonic forces have corrupted these creatures.
Yeah, I noticed that, Uthor. You probably missed it earlier, but Eric and I were casually talking about how Metzin's actually a really good writer. But he's really bad at details and story sequencing. He's good at moments, he's good at characters, he's even good at events, but he just does not know how to connect the threads. I honestly think I would be a good editor for someone like him, because I happen to be a pretty good editor.
Sweet revenge!
The philosopher Covetous said, if you want to know the truth of a city, you need look no further than the state of its infrastructure.
That would mean Caldeum is based on filth and demons.
Yes, and built on secrets.
I mean, that could be argued to be true in real life, too. Anyways, what do we got? What do we got? Oh, got an upgrade to... we'll keep action shot. Oh, wait, hang on. Here's my reaction to E3 being cancelled. Or lore shock, if you prefer. Good evening, Dieselich. Oh no, at this point, as absolutely pathetic as it sounds, I'd rather be completely in charge of a Warcraft story than acting as an editor for somebody else. And what do you know? Our Warcraft. It's probably weird, but part of my mentality and why I've been leaning into the rewrite project so hard is because it's finally a chance to actually stretch creative. I've waited for decades for several franchises to get their crap in gear. I'm done. We're done. I'm just doing it myself. The fire. I haven't even thought about that. I probably could. I know Breath of Fire well enough. Think about it. Yeah, screw it. We're doing it live. That's exactly right. I have gotten off of my throne, and I'm just going to do it myself. Yeah, deliberate reference, Eternus. Look, I'm not saying I'm Thanos. Let's switch over to... Man, I'm just leveling so slowly. This is kind of strange. Okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get to a checkpoint. We're actually going to turn the difficulty down to super easy here for a second. For no reason, because I'm right here.
That passage should lead to the Desolate Sands.
A secret door hidden behind a waterfall. How imaginative.
You would do better?
You shall see when we get to my archives.
I can't believe he stuck me in a barrel. Really, it's quite uncomfortable in here.
This is when we actually meet him. For the first time. The guy we've already talked to several times.
Are you dead? If you're dead, just say so. Are you still alive out there? Or is it the monsters? Oh, say yes if you are. Or you could clap. Thank you for releasing me. It was getting a little boring in there. I am seeking a magic crucible that legend says was hidden in these very aqueducts. It would be a valuable addition to my jeweler's tools. Help me find it, and I will be greatly indebted to you.
So, if he sounds familiar, that's...
Rude of me, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Covetous Shen.
Covetous? Is that really a name?
Why, yes. It's been mine as long as I can remember, and probably longer.
If he sounds familiar, that's James Hong. I know several people are mentioning Kung Fu Panda, but trust me when I say, even if Kung Fu Panda never existed, you've heard James Hong's voice.
Do you have anything to eat?
He is an incredibly prolific actor. He's also damn good. Like, I'm always glad to hear him. Thank you, M. Brodsky.
I hope you're a better traveling companion than my last one.
As always. If you know what you want to put it towards, please let me know. Yeah, I was going to say, he does hold the record, doesn't he? Hang on, let's double check that really quick.
No point in standing around.
Hang on. I'm not seeing it. Jesus Christ.
You like jewels? I like jewels. I really like jewels.
He's been in over 600 films. Well, credits. Even if we just look at video games, if you've ever played True Crime or Diablo 3,
Do you have anything to eat?
or Alpha Protocol, or Mists of Pandaria, or Prey, or Judgment, or Call of Duty Black Ops 2, or Sleeping Dogs, or Black Ops 1, you've probably heard him.
Do you like jewels? I like jewels. I really like jewels.
He's in Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's in the 2014 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's in the Clone Wars. He's in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's in Star Wars Rebels. You've heard him.
I hope you're a better traveling companion than my last one.
Hey, Zelda's little
Can't imagine
lullaby.
why my young partner bashed me over the head and sealed me in there. This place is quite dangerous without a knowledgeable guide.
You were careless to come here in the first place. How have you lived so long?
I am too beautiful to kill.
Can't disagree.
Show off those fancy attacks you like so much.
My god, Arcane Enchanted in this narrow corridor. Jesus.
What a fascinating place this is. Oh, look at all this wonderful architecture. You could walk all the way around the world and never find its like. Except for this part. I've seen this somewhere else before.
So Covetous Shen is an archetype, let's be very clear. It's the sometimes serious, sometimes silly archetype. Usually someone who knows way more than they let on, and is definitely a bigger fish than they appear to be. And as a consequence of being a big fish...
My young guide got off to. His name was Gavin, I believe. Yes, that was it. Nice young fellow.
And as a result...
Still be around here also, or...
And as a result of being a big fish, he doesn't need to be afraid of anything. He doesn't need to put on airs. He doesn't need to take things seriously, because he's not in any real danger. And that's the attitude he portrays. So he's just kind of like, da-da-da-da-da. He's just having fun with it, really. And he's so fundamentally down to earth, which is hysterical for someone as high tier as he is. Like,
Perhaps he got lost? No, we're not lost, are we?
No, we're not lost. Yeah, Fizzban is actually a good example of that archetype. When written properly, Q, John Delancey Q, would also qualify. Ironically, so would Discord.
You know, it was actually quite an interesting experience to be locked up in a barrel. I had a lot of time to think to myself. It was a little uncomfortable, though.
Well, there's two broad possibilities of what he is. He's one of the venerated spirits, which essentially just means he was a human Or, and this is actually, I think, somewhat more likely, he's a Nephilim. He's just been around for long enough to have sustained his way through the World Stone incident.
Fellow, that young Gavin. Yes, he was so willing to show an old man around the desert. And his company only cost me a small bag of gold per day. He hardly complained about anything. Always a smile on his face.
Crucible, it's mine!
Be careful, Gavin. It might be cursed. Here, I did warn him. The crucible should be safe now. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Didn't you... Okay.
Poor young man. If I had known the crucible was cursed, I never would have brought him along. If you come see me in Caldeum, I can show you how the crucible can combine jewel fragments. Well, you know, I've been searching for a certain jewel for a long, long time. I'm in no rush. But maybe if I go with you, I'll find it just like I found this crucible. May I come with you on your journey and make glorious jewelry for you?
I could use your services.
Oh, the way out is just a little farther. I am starving. Do you think we'll find any good food down here?
Here, in the aqueducts? You must be joking.
Don't be ridiculous. I never joke when it comes to food.
You go on ahead. I'm going back to town. I need to learn the spell needed to restore Kule's body. I'll meet you when you get to the archives.
Cool. Now it's just us and Cool.
You and I are the same. But those others, the fallen angel, the witch, they're using you for their own ends. You choose to be their puppet. Yet the power of your birthright could make you a god.
I doubt that would end well. Those who seek power are often destroyed by it.
There's no need to be snide. Soon enough, I'll walk this world again. Then I'll show you what a Nephilim can achieve.
I miss Uncle Deckard so much. It's hard going on without him.
It is hard to leave the dead behind. Most of us never truly can. But he will live on in your memory, Leah.
Thank you. I'm going to get back to my research.
New goods today. Please look. You won't be disappointed.
So every time they keep talking about Cain being dead, I'm trying really hard to resist the urge to snark about it. Oh, Cain's... super dead. Wink. Definitely matters. Okay, so... Nope. I'm gonna do this. That's what I'm doing. Oh, we already did this, probably. Oh, we'll go do that. Let's do this, and this, and these, and these.
New goods today.
Let's leave. Correct, that's the PvP thing, Dream Whisperer. Honestly, I just don't have a lot of interest in. Okay, we're gonna go all the way back up from super easy to torment. Hopefully that's gonna help a little bit. Yeah, I'll demonstrate. You can PvP over here.
Some heroes are fight.
You can have consequences of PvPing here.
Afraid of damaging your...
Here's the training grounds. Perfect. Now, how do I leave? Because
I am returning to town.
okay, there, it's gone.
New goods today. Please look. You won't be disappointed.
Where's...
I am returning to town.
We need to not mention puppies, pumpernickel, or pumpkins. Good night, TSB. Have a good one.
If there's treasure to be had, then I'm in.
So, we've already seen one desert. Let's see what a really ancient, desiccated Badlands desert looks like. Because this is it.
My archives lie beneath this desert. Perhaps even beneath the sands we now tread upon. The Horadrim could not destroy them. They could only lock the door behind them. And I still have the keys.
During the Mage Clan Wars, the Visceri summoned giant demons to guard their
Not enough
estates.
hatred.
After years of patrolling the desert sands, the demons' hides became thick as stone and caked with grit. In the end, they have outlived their masters. Now, only the glowing runes on their skulls belie their true origins.
I'm trying to figure out what a pumpernickel puppy would be. I mean, I know FF16 exists, and it's super not funded, and it's PS5 exclusive, so having not owned a PS5 and the fact that it's not funded means it's not something that's in my mind. Why do you ask? Okay, so it's not actually a puppy. It's just shaped like a puppy. I'm okay with that. But why isn't like a loaf of pumpkin shaped like a puppy on pump? No, that doesn't work either. Oh no, it's pumpernickel spread on a slice of pumpernickel in the shape of a puppy. There we go, we got it. That's a good question. FF16 apparently has an idea called difficulty adjustment. So, knowing absolutely nothing about it whatsoever, I'm going to make up something. So, I'm extremely upset about it, because this is the internet, and I feel like they're just ruining and spitting on the franchise that that I've loved for years and years. And personally, I think that it's the worst thing ever, and that Square Enix is literally Hitler reincarnated as like an entire company. I think I got that right. The important part is to not actually know anything about it. If you actually know about it, then you can make an informed opinion, and nobody wants to do one of those. What do we get? Ooh, Bola's got an upgrade. Yes, please. I'm going to accept that for right now. So obviously I have no idea what the difficulty adjustment thing is. I haven't even heard of it until about, I don't know, a minute and a half ago. You said something about it. First I heard of it. I actually want to talk about that, but I'll see what you're saying about it first before I do so. Interesting.
Suppose there's anyone else out here?
By anyone, do you mean women?
You said it, not me.
Well, there are no women out here. Okay. I've seen better options, Tim, but that's still good. That's still probably going to be positive territory if and when we ever review it. It's just, I would prefer that kind of stuff be an option in a menu, not a piece of gear I wear. You know what I mean? That's the only complaint I would have about that, though.
My mother told me not to join the Major's army. I should have listened. In the morning, they're sending the infantry against the Vigeri. I don't know how we're supposed to survive. Maybe we're not. It's so beautiful here. Maybe if I hid in the trees, they wouldn't notice I was gone.
That's another thing. Is it going to come out on Steam, or is it going to come out on Epic? Because I don't do Epic. That's a big deal anyways. So I suppose I have a big topic now, since Tim has just granted me a topic. Congratulations, Tim. These are a thing, aren't they? My goodness. Let's just get out of that corridor of death. So I don't want to sound like a wet blanket, like Sir Buzz Killington. But I don't really get excited for games in general in the same way that most people do. And it actually makes me feel bad, because I cannot tell you how many times during a stream someone will pop in, hey, what do you think about insert game that's coming out? And my reaction is almost always the same. Oh, I haven't even thought about it. Or, I haven't even looked at it. Or, I didn't even know that was coming out yet. But it's for a very specific reason. It's not because I'm not interested, actually, quite the contrary. I imagine FF16 will be pretty good when we get there. But the way my life is structured now, the only time I tend to play games is for the show. Unless it's co-op, obviously. But that... Let's cut to this what it means. The only time I tend to play games is for the show. And generally speaking, most games don't get funded before they come out. So, for example, let me use a hypothetical here. Tears of the Kingdom comes out in about a month and a half, I think, at this point. Well, this is what I was just talking about, Ross. Tears of the Kingdom comes out in about a month and a half. If Tears of the Kingdom was funded now, then I would be excited for it. I would probably already be looking at it. I'd probably watch that video that came out, I think it was yesterday. But I haven't, because it's not a part of my world right now, right? Like, it's not on my radar, because it's not funded, which means even when it comes out, I'm not going to play it. And that's ignoring the fact that it's not out yet. So, my mind is thinking about Diablo and Dawn of War and rewrites and other stuff that's a little bit more present, a little bit more immediately relevant. Make sense? So it's not that I'm not excited for those games. I'm just not in any rush. We'll get there, eventually. If I wanted to, I could dump a bunch of Dealer's Choice right now and fund Tears of the Kingdom, but I'm not going to do that. Mostly because I already have a fairly large queue. But if we ever get caught up in that queue, all of a sudden that'll become an option for me. So, a little bit of motivation there.
We, the Zakarum, have endeavored to make Caldeum a city of mercy and salvation, but we have not yet been able to convince the emperors to change the ancient policy of exile. Prisoners convicted of treason are still sent to the desolate sands to die with nothing but the clothes on their backs.
I mean, if there's one thing that's true about me, Tim, it's that I'm honest. Partially because I am not a good liar, so I lack the ability to not be honest. But also because I'm 41. I don't have time at this point in my life to just be like, you know, fake. I got stuff to do, you know what I mean? I got stuff to do. So is Cyberpunk still the fastest funded game without Dealer's Choice? No. There's actually one other game that got funded fast. Jesus! That got funded faster than Cyberpunk. Can anyone guess it? Slow all this nonsense here. Good God. Let's just burn all that. So I was hoping it would be a little harder to guess, but yes, Elden Ring is the correct answer. Elden Ring got funded so fast, it was hysterical. It was actually a record-breaking run for us. That was after the $60 era, so that got funded when we were actually charging per hour, and in just absolutely record time, and about 2.5 years before it came out. It was just sitting there on the books. I'd have to actually look it up. It was over 2 years. I don't know the exact amount off the top of my head. Just sitting there, funded. Yeah. Oh, I could think of plenty of games I'd be giddy about. Mario Odyssey 2 comes to mind immediately. Or just the next Mario game, because whatever it is, it's probably going to be really good. Name a bad mainline Mario game. So here's my recommendation, Zelda's Lullaby. Play around with just about everything. Still net positive, Ross. Play around with just about everything. It's very quick and easy to hit about level 10-ish. Mario plus Rabbids is actually a really good tactical game, Crazy Horse. Also not a mainline Mario game, which is what I just said. But you're wrong twice, so... Play every class just a little bit. Like, just get a feel for the visuals and style of it. Because any class can be built to any playstyle, right? So it's a lot about the feel and the style and the approach to it. Having said that, if you put a gun to my head and said pick a class to play first, I'd pick Wizard. Wizard is probably the best overall designed class. Wait, really? Mario plus Rabbids is controversial? I missed that one.
Sweet revenge!
Ironically, when we finally re-review Super Mario Bros. 1, I'm pretty sure that will end up being the lowest ranking mainline Mario game. It's either Mario 1 or Mario 2. That's probably where that's going to sit.
The rockworm may very well be the ugliest creature ever to blight the world with its presence. Bereft of any features aside from its massive jaws, the rockworm appears to be a giant invertebrate. I should like to study it further, but its burrowing tendencies make it extraordinarily difficult to track.
Okay. We here, at the Lore Walkers, are very tolerant of people's opinions. But what kind of crack are you on, Ross? You have to explain that. You can't just drop something like that, which sounds in every way like a troll statement, and then just be like, yep, and then walk away with that. Like, if I didn't know you, I would assume you were actually lying in order to try and stir stuff up, because I see that all the time. In fact, I saw that literally this week in my YouTube comments. Okay, bonus dungeon. I mean, I try not to stab people. I'm more of a donut man nowadays. Not just because of general positivity, but also, and admittedly I find this weird, I've actually had people, not many, but people complain about how violent my streams are, and it's like...
I feel more powerful.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite like being accused of being negative. Me. But, yeah, it's similar. It's the same direction. Oh my god, these things are taking forever to die. Holy crap. You see that nonsense? Let's just do that. Let's just do that. What game would I choose to bluntly showcase what I mean by atmosphere? Metroid. Not joking. But Super Metroid qualifies. Metroid Prime qualifies. Like, Metroid for the win. What do we got right now? Ah, that's right. We'll try that out for a bit. What else we got? What else we got? Twilight Princess would probably... Several Zelda games actually have pretty good atmosphere. Yeah, Metroid Dread, sure. Metroid Prime, done. Super Metroid, done. Twilight Princess, Ocarina, Majora's. Oh! Hell, even Breath of the Wild has pretty good atmosphere. One of the better aspects of the storytelling. That and the side quests. Can't get away from it. Sentry! We have our first turret. So let's go ahead and put that there, because nobody was using those anyways. What do we got? Multi-shot has gotten a little bit better. Cluster arrow is really situational, but we're going to try it out just to showcase it, because that's what we're trying to do here. Whimsydale can be pretty lucrative. So, we're going to leave both of those, I think, for the moment. Wanted to switch to... Actually, no, do I want to switch that? can also try that, or we could try that. No. Let's do that. Let's poke at that for a bit, see how that works. Still trying to show off different builds. So we've got... Should have... Here we go. So I haven't showed off Shadow Power yet. Show that off for a bit. And I think that's everything. Oh, I hate it when that happens. It doesn't happen to me often because I'm usually very regimental in when I eat. But every now and again I forget to eat dinner or I don't have a sufficient dinner. And then I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm hungry. And that's doubly bad for me because I have trouble sleeping when I'm hungry. Gross. 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 Everything's gross. Let's see here. What game does higher difficulty settings the best? The best? I know it's not Dishonored 2. Although that is the first place my brain goes to. I feel like we've encountered a game since Dishonored 2 that does difficulty better. Can't think of it. You're talking about, like, the Clone Wars ones, right, Tiny Hippo? Well, Clone Wars 1, I only played one of them. Oh, I know, Tim. I'm just saying that Dishonored 2 had a really good difficulty option. Or really good difficulty settings.
Where do these creatures even come from?
You know, that's a good question. Why don't we ask Kane? Kane? Wallers. That might be bad. Yeah, okay, we're gonna back up there.
Not enough hatred.
So, I'm sorry, I said the Clone Wars, didn't I? I meant the prequels, because the two are one and the same in my brain for some stupid reason. So either way, yes, I have actually played Starfighter, one of them. I don't remember which one it is. It's the one where you're primarily running around in a Naboo fighter. But I have played that game. I have not played the other one you mentioned, I don't think. The Last of Us 2 had really good difficulty options too, which is a shame because the story of that game was crap. But it did have very good difficulty options. I did May something, I believe. Another game that, for the exact same reasons I just was talking to Tim about, is a game that's not on my radar and therefore I don't really care about yet. I hope it's good though. I suppose that's a stupid thing to say. I hope that game sucks. I hope that game is gutter trash. I hope it leeches tears from orphaned puppies. And denies kittens pets. No, of course I hope it's good. God, what kind of person would hope a game is bad? Don't answer that.
I need more hatred to do that.
Do you want more?
Yeah, I just realized I just mentioned 2 games that have stealth elements. Sorry, Tim. Okay, let's see. Other games that have actually good difficulty options. Hang on. Hang on. I have to alt hit the stream brakes. Hit the stream brakes. Because I keep track of this stuff. So, let's see. Good difficulty options and mutators. We've got Devil May Cry 4. We've got Devil May Cry 5. We've got... Scroll down, scroll down. Mega Man 10, Mega Man 11, Mega Man 9. Scroll down some more. Hades, the roguelike. Crosscode. DOS 2, I agree with that. Divinity Original Sin 2. Head-on Blood Right actually had some decent difficulty. Mass Effect 3, believe it or not. No, that tracks. Surviving Mars. Grounded. System Shock 1, weirdly enough. And looks like that's kind of our list. But all of those have good difficulty options. Yeah, I made the joke earlier, Pilot Shows. I just need to pull up Twitter for 5 seconds. Alright, I'm good to go. Death to demons.
Not enough hatred. How satisfying.
I never finished answering your question, Crazy Horse. Forgive me. Games that would really legitimately make me excited. So let's ignore games that'll never happen. Because I can think of several games that will never get made that I would be very excited to hear about. So, let's ignore that for a second.
Do you want more?
Yeah, the gameplay side of Last of Us 2 was actually pretty legit, Pilot Shots. Still a little bit too long, still a little bit too padded, but it was still good. It was still a pretty big net positive. Wow, that's a little spread.
I need more hatred to do that.
I mean, okay. There are many proper remakes I would be excited for. No question. I'm going to kind of skip over that because at that point, honestly, any proper remake of any game I happen to be invested in.
Why don't we liven this place up a bit? Let's shoot something.
Like, any game I have any investment in that gets a proper remake, I'd be happy about that. But, honestly, that also might be in the unlikely to happen category.
Something's wrong.
No, that's fine. We'll just get this chest. And then we'll leave. Everything's fine. Oh, Jesus. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Get out of here. Well, the problem is, most of the non-sequel games I could think of that I'd be excited for will never happen, Crazy Horse. So, there's plenty of unique games that I would be very excited for that will never happen. Until I take over the world and make them myself. Insert Thanos quote. I need to just get one of the gloves. They sell those. I can just buy one. So, in terms of... So, proper remakes would be cool. Yeah, the Mario 4X is exactly where my mind was going towards. Or, you know, a proper StarCraft city builder or whatever. That would just be amazeballs. It's never happening. So yeah, it's probably just the realm of sequels. So, okay, so let's narrow this down a little bit. New mainline Mario game. Obviously, I have enjoyed the mainline Marios. I think they are all net positive, even Mario Brothers 1, which is probably the worst one overall. Also, as a further addendum, Mario Odyssey is the best mainline Mario game. So, you know, I have a little bit of the hope on that one. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4, I'd probably be pretty excited about. I hope they take their time on it. They certainly have so far. But, you know, they have my faith and they have my patience on that, so let them take their time on that. So, new mainline Mario, new mainline Metroid, which is Metroid Prime 4. new Shovel Knight, which, as it's worth noting, there is a new Shovel Knight coming out this year. Sorry, not Shovel Knight, not Shovel Knight. I said the wrong thing. New Steam World. And it's worth noting there's a new Steam World coming out this year. And I am excited for it. That is something that is going to get dealer's choice, even if you guys don't want me to stream it. Because I am actually really legitimately hyped for that.
My hatred is too low.
So we've got Mario. Mario Metroid. I would say, you mentioned a Dragon Quest Builders, which, yeah, I would be actually really excited for a Dragon Quest Builders 3. Especially if it kept developing just like 2 did. Consequently, I would also be very excited for just a straight-up new Dragon Quest. Like, just an actual mainline Dragon Quest game. Funnily enough, yes, I do know they're working on one. And I also know that we know almost nothing about it. That's a lot of loot. So we got Mario, Metroid, Dragon Quest Builders, Dragon Quest, Steam World, which we are getting one of those. Mega Man. I can't believe it took me this long to get to that. Mega Man 11 is my favorite Mega Man game. Which I know is a bit of a contentious opinion, but having gone through the entire series with full analysis mode and review mentality on it, yeah, a new Mega Man game would legitimately excite me. Ironically, it'll also never happen. They have so thoroughly abandoned that franchise.
Make theft unnecessary. A gift for me.
Perception. It might suck. I'm not super worried about that, though. Again, Mega Man 11 was really, really good. It was the best Mega Man game. If I could give any series the DQB, just... Oh, ooh. Let me think about that for a second, Crazy Norse, because that's a tough one.
Ah, good. I'll take that off your hands.
Yeah, it's probably worth it.
Nice choice.
Kingdom Hearts Builder. I mean, the nighttime... I mean, yeah, of course it can be bad, Tim, but that has no relevance in this, you know what I mean?
Hatred.
Any game can be bad, and any game can be good. That's not what that's not part of this. That has nothing to do with the question. The question is which games would be obviously played for. You know, games I would actually be legitimately excited for. Because the automatic presumption then is that we are presuming it would be good. Whether it actually ends up being good or not is something that happens after the hype has terminated. Because the game has then come out and then we review it and see what we think of it. Ironically, the quality of the game has nothing to do with how much hype we have for it.
My studies indicate...
Heard that one. But anyways, so a builder game that isn't Dragon Quest. So you can do that in just about anything, really. That's a format that can fit most franchises pretty smoothly. I mean, you're absolutely right, Tim. It is a valid point. They could come out and be like, "Hey, Mega Man 12 has just been announced," and I'll be like, "Yeah," and then it could suck. That is a possibility.
Some of my blood is within that cave. I can feel it.
How do you... You know what, I don't want to know.
I need more hatred to do that.
Ah, another wretched sandy hole. Let's go.
I believe with this soul stone, I will finally be able to unlock the true power of man. In ancient times, our kind possessed power unmatched in this dreary age. With the Soul Stone, I will be able to elevate myself to the strength of my ancestors.
So artificially lifting himself up to be a Nephilim, if you were paying attention there.
Please kill those things before they kill me. I mean us.
It's fine. I've already got the Soul Stones active. Don't worry about it. Well, gosh darn it, Ike Cube. What the tiddlywinks? Alright, we're done. We're done. Zeb has decided to go down a different path. Apparently, Huthor. I didn't even see your question about servers, Zachdeft. Hang on. Scroll up a little bit here. Okay. Hang on. And hit the stream brakes. Hit the stream brakes. Hey, Nemesis. Okay, so here's the short answer, Zachdeft. I'm glad you waited all this time for this answer, because the answer is I have no idea. Here's the deal. Cloud servers... How do I explain this? Saying something is on a cloud server doesn't mean anything.
My hatred is
Feel
too
my
low.
wrath.
It's a thing, but it doesn't mean anything to us. We don't care. Because the relative quality of how well they implement it is all that actually matters there. Speaking of someone who actually did a lot of VMware stuff and virtual server stuff back in the day, professionally, that was 10 years ago at this point. It is very easy to implement a cloud server solution well and poorly. So I don't know. It depends on how they do it. However, having said that, I myself have actually suggested several times over the last 20 years that more MMOs that are kind of dying go into VMware or virtual servers in order to try and keep them up and running at a much cheaper cost. Because one of the biggest things about a properly set up virtual server is it only spools up what's necessary. Obviously, most servers only spool up what's necessary. What I mean by that is because you're only paying for what you're using, it is literally cheaper than maintaining the actual server itself. And I should probably mention that maintaining a server itself is much cheaper than most people think it is. As I've talked about and complained about many times. Let's try switching over to this for a bit. LAN support? Don't be ridiculous. Nobody wants to play games on LANs. Now, if you give us $15, we'll be able to give you... I'm trying to think of something really stupid. Multiplayer DLC. There we go. I mean, several MMOs have been lost to the eras because of this kind of crap, so... I am rather upset about the overall idea. Okay. More builds. More violence, I say. Less violence. Line.
Your fear betrays you.
I feel like they're half Crazy Norse. That's a good question, Trihexia. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Yacht Club Games, Tim. Which is ironic because they already did. They made the second best Mega Man game ever.
Do you want more?
Shovel Knight. Oh, Mega Man 12, no question, Ross. That's mostly a matter of faith, though.
Not enough hatred.
Because when was the last good Mega Man X game? When was the last good Z game? I think X8 was net positive, but it was extremely frustrating. Some of those levels were actually aggravating. Having said that, let's change the question around slightly.
Just for a moment.
Let's assume that whatever game is going to come out is good. Like, actually really good. So, a good X game, a good classic game, or a good Z game. Oh, sorry. I actually misread that. I thought he said Z. So ZX, which is different, because the ZXs are more Metroid-y. Metroidvania-y. I guess the Z series is done. The only one that actually concluded.
Bleed, you filth! I need more hatred to do that.
We are in for a fight.
I think I'd pick ZX at that point. Sorry, that took a minute. We already had a really good classic game in 11, so that's awesome. The X series honestly has concluded in a way that it probably shouldn't keep going. And the ZX series not only has the Metroidvania aspect going for it, which I'm obviously in favor of, but also just stopped, as we've already mentioned. It's also the furthest on the timeline, so any future developments for Mega Man, the setting, would happen in either ZX 3 or in a Mega Man reboot. That's the reason it took me so long to debate, because my other answer would actually still be classic. Because what I would want for a new Mega Man game, really, is Mega Man 1. Not a remake, a reimagining. I want them to reboot Mega Man and do it right this time.
I can't carry any more.
Which is funny, because Mega Man is penned in for rewrite status. So, you can tell I'm already thinking in that direction.
I am returning to town.
Crusader is not OP, no. The problem, Nemesis, is that they are all OP. They're all OP in different ways. They all take different stuff to be OP. They're all OP. Trust me. When we do the level 70 showcase, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. My characters are not really OP. They're just strong.
Please look. You won't be disappointed.
When has a reimagining of a game been done right, in my opinion? Can anyone name a reimagining of a game off the top of their head? I'm not being facetious. I can't think of one right now. Lufia TS. Fair.
My hatred is too low.
FF7R1. I'll give you that one. We're getting a little into technicalities there, but I'll give you that one. No, Star Fox Adventures wouldn't qualify. Nor would Star Fox 64, which is just a proper remake. Ironically. DMC would actually qualify, yes. That was intended to be a full reimagining reboot. It also sucked. So we've got DMC, which sucked. Lufia DS, which sucked. God of War has not had a reimagining at all. God of War has had a sequel. There's a reason I call it God of War 4, is because it is. It's a direct sequel to 3. Dead Space got a remake, which is not a reimagining at all. You don't actually see reimaginings all that often, probably because they take a lot of time and effort and work. A reimagining is effectively just making a brand new game with some of the ideas and concepts of the original game, but it is still making a brand new game in terms of the amount of work and effort and everything that goes into it. Samus Returns is once again a remake. It is just a modern update remake version of the pre-existing game.
Darkness awaits you!
Raid Shadow Legends is still a remake. It is actually a remake of when you'd go out, you know, when you're a kid, and you'd go out into the playground, and you'd say, okay, now I attack you with my dinosaur. And the other person says, yeah? Well, I've got an anti-dinosaur spray. And you're like, oh, yeah? Well, I've got my anti-spray laser. And that's Raid Shadow Legends in a nutshell.
In here, I can feel my blood nearby. They hid some of it.
You sure it's not time to head back to Caldeum? No? All right then.
I used to hate that game as a kid. It was the very, very beginning of me hating the versus questions. I'm cutting you off your donuts. You clearly had too many today, Pilot Shaws. Jesus, these have way too much health, and they're shielding. Oh, I'm gonna have the exact same thing, Crazy Norse. I'm gonna be, like, playing D&D tonight, because tonight's a D&D stream. Plug. It should be the final battle for anybody interested in watching that. I'm curious who's going to die first, because we are fighting 3 demon lords simultaneously. Although we're down to 2 now. Thank you, Dragwin. Yeah, I'm gonna be in the middle of D&D and be like, ah, that's it! And they're gonna be like, what? Yeah, never mind. Don't mind me. Yeah, Demogorgon managed to crush Orcus's head, so we're down to 2 demon lords. Third was sharing some of that with me. He got some good rolls. Holy crap. No, Wentlock. It's not orcs in space. It's much more sophisticated. That took a minute. Oh, can't equip it, that's why. I'm like, what? Okay, that's much better.
Suits me. Odd place to store blood, isn't it? It seems a bit dry.
Okay. So what am I role-playing as in D&D? I am playing a dwarven monk named Mark, for reasons that would take too long to explain. I'm also a demon hunter. I'm quite good at it.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah, the demonic slinky. You know, that ability has been absolutely useful. It was very, very worthwhile to consume that demonic essence and take that ability. Like, when I was first doing it, I'm like, oh, I'm going to regret this. Nope, that was the right call. Thank God I absorbed the essence of demons. Whew. Of course, Crazy Norse, of course.
Not ready yet.
Bleed, you filth!
Bad as you look.
Okay. I'm not ignoring your question, Crazy Norse. I know I still haven't answered it. It's just, you've asked me such a wild question. Like, there's so many different things. And I want all of them. All of them. No, it's just, like, you're like, what do you want the DQ treatment to be on? And I'm like, everything! No, you get to pick one thing. No, I want everything. Just all of it. Alright, here's my answer. And it's the most boring answer I could give, but I'm going to give a reason for it, and hopefully that's going to, like, justify the extreme boringness of this answer. Here's the boring part. Warcraft. Now, before you throw everything at me, before you throw full wine bottles at your television screen right now, don't do that. Don't do it. That wine deserves better than that. Also, it's not going to break. It's just going to cause a mess. That's a problem. Yep, that's the problem. Wait a second. Oh my god, okay. That was a thing. What I'm picturing, I was trying to picture the setting that would best benefit from the gameplay approach of being primarily focused, obviously not just on building, but on thematic building, right? Rather than just, you know, you're building random stuff. Like, think about DQB2 for just a second. What are you building in the first island? Well, you're trying to build up the agriculture. What are you trying to build up in the second island? Well, you're trying to build up the mining den and the town that supports that, you know, the mining town. Entertainment being the primary thing. And you get the idea, right? I don't want to go too far into spoilers, but you get the point. There's always something themed about what you're trying to build, rather than just make a base or make a town or whatever. So I was trying to think of which setting would best benefit from, we want you to make a very specific type of thing. Oh, by the way, I like the slow, the time slow effect on my bullets here. Of them there for you. This is gonna suck, as I already mentioned. I wonder what that does to these. Oh, it doesn't affect those. Anyways, so in Warcraft, there's so many different thematic things you could do, right? Like we need to have, we need to have a place which is going to be set up for the dead. We need a place that caretakes for the dead, so when they wake up, they're okay. and they understand that this is their new life, and they're undead now, and you just get the general idea of that, right? We need a place that's going to be suitable for the dwarves, so we're going to have lots of alcohol. Obviously, you gotta have alcohol, but also we need to make sure that we're getting all of the outposts necessary, because the dwarves are really big into archaeology. So we need to make sure that Bronn has his outpost so that he can go and start excavating or whatever. And you get the general concept. I could go down the list. I could think of a dozen thematic things where you can build in Warcraft. So that's my answer, and I hope that satisfies somewhat. Well, okay, so that's a massive mishearing, Nemesis. What I said is, people who think that WoW's gameplay starts at max level are morons. That's what I said. And then I said, people who think WoW's content starts at max level are also wrong. That's something I said more recently. A little bit different. What's we got here? Whoops, wrong button. Keep doing that.
Yes.
Finally, I have unlocked the secret of the soul stones once given to the Horadrim by Tyrael. An impressive creation, to be sure, but one that I am certain can be duplicated. No, not just duplicated. Improved upon. My soul stone will be made to contain the souls of many demons, or even angels.
We found Kulle's archives. They were strangely empty at first, but Kulle laid traps everywhere, each step harder than the next. It was foolish to expect otherwise. Kulle has prepared for many years for someone to come for him. Perhaps we are fools, and yet we must push on.
Baal was the most brash and reckless of the primevals. After the Dark Exile, he was contained within the Horadrim Tal Rasha and entombed. Centuries later, Diablo freed Baal, who then corrupted the World Stone to devastating effect for the barbarians who lived near Mount Ariat. The heroes killed Baal shortly afterward.
A game where it's more fun at lower level than higher levels.
Are at the northern tip of the desolate sands. There we will find my body and the Black Soul Stone.
So right off the top of my head, I can't think of any game where it gets less fun the higher level you are. I can think of games that have a bad end game, but those games don't have a level equivalent. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, no, I can't think of one. Huthor would say that WoW Vanilla is more fun to play than WoW Modern, and therefore would technically qualify for your answer. But I would not.
Here is the entrance to my archives. Let me activate the portal.
Fool's Lab. This is actually a location of the rewrite.
All of this for my research and my experiments. The Black Soul Stone was a complicated creation. I sacrificed much to make it.
Ignore the sand going up at times. You know what? Actually, fair, Uthor. Dragonflight did a lot of good things to push the gameplay
Looks like I got
forwards.
here just in time. Emperor Hakan? What are you doing here?
Good, everyone's together. I came to tell you that I have found Bilal, and I am ready to lead you to him.
Then the Lord of Lies will fall as soon as we recover the Black Soul Stone.
All well and good. But first, I will be made whole.
We're ready to do our part. Just you remember yours.
Yeah, I actually agree. Shadowlands had some pretty bad system bloat. Several of those systems were good, but some of that system bloat was real. Ugh. The last time I sat down to play with my physical NES, this one right here, I was doing a tech test back in the network place I used to work at.
Love traveling, seeing the world.
But now it has fallen into shadow.
Yes, it's not like it was.
So sometime around 2010, 2011, something like that. Still worked at the time.
Have you discovered Belial's identity?
Yes, but we must be very careful. He has noticed your actions, and he grows nervous. You focus on the Soul Stone. We can confront Belial afterward.
Sure.
Beyond these portals lie 2 relics that were once powered by my blood. Take the vials you recovered and use them to activate the relics.
I will stay here and prepare the ritual. Be careful. Even after everything we've come to know about Zoltan Kulle, I never imagined anything like this. Maybe Adria is right about the Black Soul Stone.
You doubted me. How disappointing. Angels are no better than demons. Did you know that they once voted on whether or not to eliminate all of mankind? Only one vote saved us from extinction.
All fail.
Tyrael. He is the only one of them to care about us.
Yes. Whatever else he may be, he is the aspect of justice. And there is no justice in murder.
Yeah, I don't blame you on that, Uthor. I suppose you could also say it was Tyrael. I suppose that's valid. Tyrael was undecided at first. That's the funny part. Malthael abstained, so that's why I said Malthael was the one vote.
I smell treasure.
Because, you know, if he had decided to swing the other way, well, then we'd all be dead. I really don't want to get into it, Pilot Shots, if that's okay. So I'll give you a very, very summarized version, alright? Because in order to actually get into it, I would have to sit here and talk about it for quite a while. Not only that, I'd have to go and actually refresh myself on research for specific incidents and numbers and all that. So let me try to summarize, rather than going into it, okay? So one creator of one work being, you know, a garbage face is kind of whatever at this point. Like, I'm playing a game right now made by garbage faces, right? That's a thing. That's truth. That's life. That's how it is. However, as of this exact moment in time, there are certain special interest groups that are going out of their way in order to try and actively pursue agendas which I can only refer to as unpleasant. Things that are deliberately trying to cause large-scale harm. Now, the person in question, I'm going to say your damn name, is passively supporting those groups.
Does this place feel maybe the slightest bit foreboding? I think it's the thunder.
That's fine. Is pushing those particular... God, I can't even give a summary without going into detail. Right now, there are groups of people who are being vilified and targeted by individuals in order to identify and attack an other. I've talked about this concept before. In fact, I talked about this just a few weeks ago when we were streaming Call of Duty Modern Warfare 5, or 6, excuse me. Modern Warfare 2. Call of Duty 6, Modern Warfare 2. And one of the most typical, common ways in order to try and establish a power base is to try and get people riled up about targeting an other, right? Now, again, without going fully in depth into it, I do think that the woman in question is absolutely one of the people doing that. But I'm not sure if she's doing it because she wants power. In fact, I don't think she's doing it because of that at all. In fact, I don't even think she's doing it because she actually believes the rhetoric that she is pushing. I think she's doing it because she likes being relevant. Which honestly makes it a little bit worse for me. I don't think she gives a good goddamn about the people she's targeting, either positively or negatively. I think she's just doing it because it's getting her news and clicks and attention. And speaking as someone who is very good at analyzing people psychologically, she is absolutely the kind of person who will stir the pot just to get people to look at her. She's actually done it several times before this, if you'll remember. Most of those times have failed. She has stumbled onto something that seems to be working. And this is one of the reasons why I say I can't accuse her of being a horrific human being, like several of the people that she is supporting. Several of the people that are benefiting from her time and attention. Because I don't think she's actually in it for the unpleasantness. I think she's in it for the attention. Now, again, where that lands or how that goes, that's up to you. Yeah, she stopped being relevant years ago. You have no idea how much of a loser I am. So, as a result of that absence of relevance, well, she tried to stir a few things, and then she tried to stir a few things, and then she tried to stir a few things, and then, behold, she finally landed on something that sticks. And that's just unfortunate. There's nothing else for it. What is this? Why are you not dead yet? Yeah, exactly, Von Falkstein. You get it. So the bottom line here, to go ahead and get down to this, any of you who've known me for any length of time knows that I tend to talk extensively about hills and chocolate. You can't stand on every hill. And I'm not particularly interested in being accusatory or judgmental of someone else who decides not to stand on a hill that I have chosen to stand upon. That's not how that works. But I have decided that because of the very real, very personal damage being done to very real, very personal women as a consequence of all of that crap, that I have decided that this is going to go ahead and be a hill I stand upon. Make sense?
I could do that again.
Man, I couldn't. Yeah, it's one of those things, Pilot Chas. And the reason I didn't even want to talk about it, and the reason I've just been trying to avoid it, is because it's become a noise problem. And you know what I mean when I say a noise problem? Any topic, the definition of a controversial topic, of something that is polemic, is something that we cannot actually talk about without it devolving into a noise problem. And the fact that you can't even just discuss it, the fact that I've had to dance around it so much, is really frustrating. Not exactly the only topic like that, either. There are oh so many. There we go. But again, a fun short story. Yeah. You see this? This car, you see, you probably can't actually, you see this little toy car? This was given to me by my niece, just this last Sunday. Now you're probably thinking, what's the fun about that? Well, I mean, it's very cute, obviously. But the thing is, she's trying to understand things like borrowing and trust. Like, those are concepts that she's starting to get attached to. Or not attached to, sorry, wrong word. She's starting to get aware of, cognizant of, however you want to put that. She's learning. So, she specifically gives me this and says, hey, I'm giving you this, but it's my toy. And I'm like, okay, well then why are you giving it to me? She says, well, because I know I can trust you, and I know you're going to bring it back. I know that you're going to give it to me again, because I can trust you. But it's right here! It is safe and in good company, and I am going to remember to bring it back. It's a true story, Eternus. I am going to bring it back to her on Sunday. Okay, there's a reason the car is sitting right there, so I remember it. Just in case. No, it's fine, Pilot Shots. It's been a bit of an elephant in the room for a minute now. It has been putting... It's been shoving its way into the gamer space, and lo and behold, the gamer space happens to be where I live. So I wouldn't do stand-up comedy. I would do improv. I know that because I have. I used to actually be part of an improv club back in high school and into college. We'd go down to the local frozen yogurt place, do improv. I work much better when I'm working off of someone, too. That's part of it. Because I'm not funny at all. I'm a loser, as was mentioned earlier. And a moron, because of the headaches. But if I have someone to play off of, I could roll with it for quite a while.
I could have helped all men become Nephilim and ushered in a golden age. But my Herodic brothers could not accept man's true destiny.
Oh yeah, I can play the straight man very well, which is ironic when you think about it.
We will seal the Shadow Locks with vials of his blood, and we will hide the blood in the desert under eternal guard. I can only hope that the world does not forget Kul's evil, and his blood remains undisturbed beneath the shifting sands.
Got bad news for you, buddy.
When I joined you, I never imagined we'd be out here actually killing demons.
There are no demons in Kingsport?
No. Oh, but some of the people are just as bad. Worse, even.
Oh, that sounds pleasant. Let's go to Kingsport. A Blizzard game that would be the easiest to make a Warcraft. Oh, wait. Actually, with total, unirony, I think Warcraft is one of the worst games, or at least settings, to make a movie set in. A show? That can work.
More powerful.
But a movie? Ironically, I agree. As much as I have certainly given my opinion on Diablo 1, and have absolutely no hesitation in doing so again, I think it would best suit a movie, probably a straight-up horror flick.
My deep sense is tingling.
You don't... There's no such thing... Okay.
No, I will not do that.
Your fear betrays you!
Dude, stop. Where are you coming from? I can't move for how fast they're spawning. Jesus. Would the show format suit the 40K setting? Well, I hope so, because they're making one. Hey, I will never stop praising the orc stuff in the Warcraft movie. I know, right? You're a, like you gotta work better than that. I've been doing this for 11 years now. If that got to me, I'm not doing well. Yeah, we'll see though. In answer to you, Console, we'll see, because the 40K show is being made. Should be interesting. Don't mind me. I suppose that doesn't really answer your question, though. So, do I think it would make a GOAT show? Yes. But I think the kind of show that I would make for it would be the kind of show that would not do as well and would be much harder and more expensive to do. Because see, what I would do with Warhammer 40K is I would make it a what's the proper term for that? An anthology show? Is that the right term? Imagine that you watch 3 or 4 episodes centered around a specific cast, right? A specific crew. And then episode 5 is completely new cast, different area or different era, right? So we have a series of episodes following the Orcs. Then we have a series of episodes following the Eldar. And then a series of episodes following the Mechanicus, the Adeptus, and you get the idea, right? That's the format I would do. Now the problem is that is a bit expensive. It is more difficult to coordinate and more difficult to. Oh Jesus Christ! Okay, I got cornered by banelings. Did you see that? That was hysterical.
We all agree that the end times are upon us. But do you truly believe that Belial and Asmodan could have engineered these events?
There are no others who would put us in such peril.
Say that. Oh, these got health. These got some health, boy. And that's a missile dampener, so we're gonna just not.
Try as we might, Kulle simply cannot be killed. His cursed blood sustains him. He bleeds sand and his laughter mocks us. There is only one course of action left to us. We will separate his body and his head, and hide the body within the Shadow Realm.
Okay. See, the type of show I'm suggesting would almost have to be animated. Probably CGI animated, but animated regardless. Having said that, I'd watch the crap out of that.
Here's the shadow portal. Let's get it open.
The Horadrim did all this to lock my body away.
Oh, Jesus.
Must have been very angry.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
You betrayed them all. Of course you were imprisoned.
No, let me.
They were never very imaginative.
This is a horrible combination. We have frozen and the acid lines. Poison. Frozen poison. Oh my gosh.
Vengeance!
I'm not sure I can kill these. We're gonna nope. We're gonna nope. Cute, Uthor. It's funny, because everyone's like, hey, Chaos Dwarves, and my first thought is, damn it, more Chaos! Sorry, Chaos is and always will be the second least interesting thing about Warhammer to me. I'll take the Space Marines over Chaos. Yes, I get the irony of that statement. I hate these enemy types. Lots of shadows, too. Those are fun thing. We're gonna just clean that board a little bit. There we go. Clean that up a little bit. Just a little. Oh, geez, we already got frozen. I stood still for 2 seconds and I nearly died. Diablo 1 doesn't have any tutorialization, really. Diablo 2 has decent enough tutorialization that I gave it a single positive, which is not actually that great. D3 needs positives. Probably plural. I'm thinking 2. We're having just really... Like, this whole Act 2, we've been having really bad terrain luck. And, this is going to go very badly very quickly. Unless I find a safe spot, which I'm not going to find, I don't think. Because these guys are still following me! They've been following me from the beginning of the freaking... Okay, we're just going to grab that.
You do not trust me, I understand. But we are more alike than love. We have both tasted what it is to be Nephilim.
I can't move. I can't move.
And we can become the masters of this world.
Holy crap.
Join with someone I cannot trust. Be silent.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've already given it a gameplay pacing, and I'm going to give it a story pacing, too. I love Zoltan Kulle unabashedly.
Kulle mocks my every step. I try to shut him out, but his chattering is ceaseless. He takes joy in taunting me. I will not rise to the bait. I will not give in to him. I long for the silence that will come once I secure his head away.
Okay, boss fight. And then we'll probably cut off after the boss fight.
I have Kulle's body.
Then let me begin the ritual. But I'm warning you, Kulle. You'd better not cross us.
So, no guesses for what's about to happen.
Young one, I am the least of your concerns. Concentrate, Leah. Soon now. Just a bit longer. Just a moment. Almost. Yes. My blood thunders within me. This fetid air fills my ravaged lungs. I'm alive again.
You're welcome.
Don't forget your part of the deal, Kulle. Give us the Soul Stone.
Very well. The bargain stands. Quickly, to my sanctum.
Said it before and I'll say it again. Steve Blum is a very good actor. I am unabashed. So we might be turning down the diff in the middle of this fight. We'll see.
I knew a woman from Caldeum once. Fair as the sunrise, that one.
Then why did you leave her?
Every sun must set, my friend.
It's your nemesis.
At long last, I can complete my life's work. All will tremble at my power. What is this? How has this happened? The souls of the dead lords of hell have been absorbed into the stone. Abandon your quest, Nephilim. Your allies seek only to control you. With the power I offer, You and I could rule over all creation.
You are mad, Cool. Give me the stone or I will destroy you.
So in case you missed that, because the important part of that plot point is actually the casual thing he says before he attacks you. Oh, he's totally sincere in his offer, no question. Is the fact that while the Black Soulstone has just been kind of hanging out here, it managed to automatically absorb the souls of the Lords of Hell. So everyone except for Belial and Asmodan is already in the Black Soulstone. And Dariel is in there as well.
I have more control now.
And Dariel, Dariel, Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal are in there. At least he's having fun, you know? Important to enjoy your job.
Not ready yet.
There's an implication here. The implication is that the only reason we are able to destroy him is specifically because we are Nephilim. This is one of those vague things that Blizzard loves way too much. You know, only Dark Templar can kill Cerebrits. Same vibe, right? The idea is, because of the fact that we are Nephilim, when we kill someone, they frickety die. As opposed to, you know, we kill someone and they're like, ugh. And there's a whole lead up to that if you're paying attention to all those logs I kept grabbing. The Horadrim who came after him before couldn't kill him. Even if they were able to defeat him, which they did actually manage, they could not actually keep him down. Now, there's actually another niggle here, but we'll leave that for later. So what do we get? Nothing fancy. That's a shame, because that's a good stat stick. That's a very good stat stick. But that would screw us over. So.
Wards have been triggered. It seems my brothers have finally come looking for me. Damn them. I am not ready. Too much of my power is invested in the stone's creation. I must finish it. The future of mankind depends on it.
Five Lords of Hell now reside within this stone. This was your doing, Adria.
20 years ago, during the darkening of Tristram, Cain told me of Zoltan Kulle's profane soulstone.
That's why you left me. You went to mark the demon's souls so that they could be drawn into Kulle's vessel.
Yes, my daughter. I have sacrificed everything for this.
Kulle is a gray person in a world of black and white, Mr. Red. Pseudo-literally.
I am returning to town.
New goods today. Please look. You won't be disappointed.
I mean, that's exactly what happened. Demons, angels, and humans all went after Kulle. It has been argued, and I myself have mentioned this during the lore run, that he was kind of a prototype PC. Oh, he does some very evil stuff. I'm not trying to say he doesn't. But Ironically, most of the people who go after him do so for reasons unrelated to that. So we're going to update the HUD here really quick. These numbers have inflated a little bit. As you can see, the negatives are starting to catch up a little bit on the story as the plot continues. The gameplay is still crushing it. Lore shock. I mean, honestly. And I think we gave... Yep, we have slightly increased our gameplay negatives. And yeah, that's where we're at right now. We're going to be streaming some D&D on Guido's channel in probably about half an hour to an hour. Hopefully, big final battle. We're finally going to kill Demogorgon, I hope. Otherwise, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll go ahead and stream more of this. And then on Saturday,